All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? All right. Let's get on the record. We'll bring Mr. Bright out in a minute. This is 21 SC 179177, State versus Jason Bright. We are having an immunity motion hearing that Ms. Feely has filed the motion. She is here along with Ms. Wood. Mr. Abate is here for the state. Ms. Feely, anything we need to talk about before we bring Mr. Bright out?
No.
Okay. Mr. Abate, anything before Mr. Bright comes out? Okay, let's bring him out and then we'll work through who is on the Zoom session. Good morning, Mr. Bright.
Good morning.
We are about to get started with the immunity motion that Ms. Feely has filed on your behalf. Before we do that, we've got a few folks on the session. Ms. Jackson, you are free to go. You're welcome to watch the immunity motion, but it's not until noon that we're going to be taking any pleas. So if you don't mind plugging back in at noon, or maybe Ms. Nelson will reach out to you. But between now and then, we're just working through an evidentiary piece. So as always, you're welcome, but you may have other things you want to do.
Thank you, Judge.
You bet. Ms. Tucson, same for you. You're welcome to observe, but I don't think we're taking the pleas until noon today.
All right. Thank you. Have a good morning.
You too. So that leaves a Mr. Handspike and a Bradley Crawford. And I just need to make sure if we have a victim advocate, but Ms. Kelly's free to be observing. Are those witnesses? Should I put them in a breakout room? Maybe you're calling them first, but let's start with Handspike. Who's that?
He is the defense witness we will be calling first. He's the one that we emailed about that unfortunately tested positive.
Okay, so he'll be the first witness, so he can stay right where he is. All right, and Bradley Crawford.
I'm a legal assistant with Mr. Abate.
Great. Welcome to watch and listen all you want, as long as you stay on mute.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. So we'll get Mr. Handspike in the mix in a minute. Procedurally, the way we're going to go, because the defendant has the burden of showing entitlement to immunity by a preponderance, I'll turn to Ms. Feely to present whatever evidence the defense is going to, and then I'll see if Mr. Abate is going to present anything beyond his cross-examination of the witnesses that you call. And it sounds like everyone's ready to go. So unless there's any logistical thing beyond the fact that Mr. Handspike is appearing virtually, which the state has not objected to, which will allow us to keep moving, I think we can get started.
Would the court prefer me to just unmute and be on Zoom, or just be at the podium since it's not a jury trial?
As long as Ms. Rivers can hear you, you're welcome to stay right there. So you may want to bend the microphone towards you. If you are more comfortable staying where you are, that's fine with me. Okay. All right. So we can unmute Mr. Handspike, and Deputy Gordon, if you don't mind swearing him in, and I will Put him on spotlight. There he is.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
You can lower your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
My name Arsenio Handspike. Arsenio, Arsenio, Handspike, Handspike.
Good morning, Mr. Hansmark. Oh, that's not gonna work. Podium it is. Still see me and hear me, Mr. Handspike?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, he can
Okay.
see you now.
Okay, perfect.
And you can rotate the monitor. Don't pick it up, but just turn it a little bit. It'll turn. Just do it gently so we don't disconnect it. There. All right.
All right, Mr. Handspike, how do you know Horace Harris?
I know Horace Harris because we would do little bids together at the body shop he had down there on Kennedy Street. Excuse me.
How long had you known Mr. Harris?
I've been knowing Mr. Harris about, I can say about 8 months.
And how,
6.
go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know Jason Bright?
I know Jason Bright about because he was living in the neighborhood.
For how long?
I've been knowing him around about the same time.
How long had you been in the neighborhood?
My whole life.
And
What neighborhood are we talking about, Mr. Handspike? Where do you live? You don't need to give me your specific address, but what neighborhood?
The west side of Atlanta, neighborhood called the Bluff.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Handspike. So we're going to turn now to July 14th, early July 15th of 2020. Generally, what were you doing that evening?
That evening I was with my kids, doing little things with my kids. I had got a call from Horace. It was like, it was just like close to getting dark. I got a call from Horace. He sounded like he was drunk. And he was like, you know, he had that like that island accent. So, you know, he talked kind of funny. He talked that broken English. So he was like, Senor, he was asking me, he like, hey, pull up. He was like, some, Judge, do you mind if I say it how the way he told me? Because I don't
I don't mind. You should.
cursing.
Yeah, no. If you are repeating what someone said, you should repeat what someone said as best you remember it.
Okay, I'm just gonna give it to you unclear how he gave it to me. Okay, so when he called me, he was like, this bitch ass nigga, I'm gonna kill him, this bitch ass bummer cloud, this whole talk he was doing. So I'm like, what's wrong? So I said, okay, I'm on my way, I'm finna pull up. So when I pulled up right there, I pulled up in front of the shop on Kennedy Street. So when he come out the shop, he had a gun in his hand. He was like, I'm gonna kill this nigga this. So he jumped in the car. He said, go around the corner. So
Okay, so let me stop you. Was he asking you for a ride?
yeah, he would ask me for a ride around the corner. So when I took him, so when he got in the car with me and went around the corner, we went on the street. We turned on the street on Sunset Street, we on Kennedy Street at this shop. We made a left on Sunset.
Let me stop you one more time. Explain what you mean by the shop.
His shop is the body shop where he work at.
And where is it in vicinity to where you ended up taking him?
It's like the next street over, a block over.
Is the body shop your body shop or you work there?
No. That was his body shop.
Okay.
I just brought business to the body shop.
All right. So Mr. Harris had the body shop. That was his business on Kennedy Street.
Yes, sir.
And then
That was his business.
Okay. And what did you do there?
No, I didn't do nothing but help him bring business there. Like I know people who be in car accidents, like who need car fixing, like they like apartment like that. And I turned them on to a lot of people I know.
Okay,
So,
you would refer if you and I knew each other and my back bumper was all messed up. You'd say, "Man, you need to go see Horace over on Kennedy Street." Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm doing.
Okay.
So
What was your understanding of why you were giving him a ride?
my understanding would give him a ride. Like he was like to be honest, my understanding, like he telling me to take him around the corner, like him and dude was like finna like have an argument, and he like I guess he wanted me there, like on some protection type junk. So I'm like, this nigga's tripping. You feel me? So when he got in the car with me and I took him around the corner, he jumped out the car with the gun. So when I see him jump out the car with the gun, I never gets out the car. So I'm looking at him like, man, this man a damn fool.
Okay,
So
let me just make sure you're being clear. Did you get out of the car at that point, or you did not get out of the car?
I did not get out the car at all at that point.
Why not?
And where was it when you said at some point, Mr. Harris jumped out of your car with this gun in his hand? Where was this?
It was on the next street over called Jet Street. It was on Jet Street. He jumped out the car.
Okay, but what was there? Was there a house there or a grocery store?
It's like, okay. It's just like the Bluff is a community full of houses and like little apartments everywhere, like 20-unit apartment here, houses around it. Like that's how the Bluff is, like houses and the little apartments all through there. You get it?
I do. I've been to the Bluff, so I can visualize this. So was it an apartment complex?
No, like when we pulled up at in front of like a lot of houses. Like it's just like, it's like it's drug infested. So you got a lot of like users out there. So like we pulled up like with all the he jumped out the car. And like when he jumped out the car, I see him like going crazy, like, oh yeah, well, yeah, y'all seen this nigga asking like the people out there on the corner who do the drugs, like where Jason was. He looking for the boy. So
Okay, let me slow you down because I should have mentioned this to start with, but we do have a court reporter who is taking down what you're saying. And I know you and I have spoken and you get kind of ahead of yourself sometimes. So we're going to slow it down just a little bit. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where did you know someone who lived in that apartment complex area that you pulled up at?
I'm from the Bluff, man. I know damn near everybody over there.
And the particular stop that he had you make, were you familiar with most of the people who lived there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Horace Harris live there?
No,
Around
man.
What
Only
about-
Horace be at around there is that he mostly at his shop. What I know of.
Did Jason Bright live around there?
Yes, Jason Bright was definitely living around there.
So you got us to the point where you pulled up and explain to us again where you actually stopped the vehicle.
I mean, I can't really just tell you the exact address, but I can just tell you the story.
Okay, so you're stopped on Jet Street.
Yes, ma'am. I stopped on Jet Street. When he jumped out the car, he was like asking the people that's standing out there, the users, he's looking for Jason. So I'm looking at this man like out this waving this guy. I said, man, let me get this man before he go to jail. So this is what I'm telling myself.
But you're still in the car at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
So
And Mr. Handspike, did you know at the time that Mr. Harris was looking for Jason Bright because he was saying the name, or you've only put it together after the fact because of things you learned?
Okay, like in the beginning when he was calling me, I really couldn't understand what he was saying because he talked that broken English, and I'm not familiar with like the way he talked. So, but when I get there, and first I kept hearing him saying this, the girl across the street, Mahogany, he kept saying her name, and like I get that's supposed. I know that's Jason's girlfriend. So he was like trying somebody, but he was like drunk, but he was just saying so much at one time. And then when I really knew he was talking about Jason is when he jumped out the car and was asking him about when he was saying his name.
Okay, so when he Mr. Harris got out of your car on Jet Street, that's when you first heard him say, asking people, "Where's Jason? Where's Jason?"
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I realized when he was waving the gun around asking about it, I'm like, man, this man is crazy. So I rolled my window down. I said, hey man, come on, man, you tripping, man. Get your ass back in this car. So I get him to come back to the car and make him get in the car. So when I get him back in the car, I take him back around into his shop, just a block over. Took him right back in front of the shop. But as I'm pulling up in front of the shop, he like pull up a little bit right here in front of the apartments. It's an apartment that's sit right across the street from his shop on the same side of the shop. It's apartments, some brown brick apartments. He had me to pull up right there. So when he had me to pull up right there, he jumps out the car again with the gun in his hand
And where are you
walks across. I'm still in the car, man.
Okay.
But
I'm still sitting in the car.
okay. When Mr. Harris jumped out the second time, that's no longer on Jet Street. That's back on Kennedy where his shop is.
Right across the street from his shop. It's like some brown big apartments. His shop sit right here on Kennedy Street. It's right across the street on the same side of the street. It's apartments sit right there across the street right there. He had me to pull like right there, like in front of the apartments on the side of the street.
Did he still have his firearm in his hand?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did he go?
So he gets out the car. He walks towards Jason's apartment that sits on the corner across the street from these apartments. His apartments sit right across the street from each other. Jason lived on the ones on the left. I was parked on the side of the ones that are on the right across from his shop. So he jumps out the car. He walks across the street with his gun in his hand towards Jason's apartment.
And you're staying in the car, so you can't see exactly what happens. Is that
No,
right?
No, I can see what happened. So when he gets out the car and walks towards Jason's apartment, I see him go hit Jason's door. Jason's girl arrives at the door. So next thing you know, I just heard him, bitch, I'll kill you, bitch. He was just going all crazy, all talking about what he'll do to Jason, what he'll do to her, he tried him and all this other stuff. And then I know I heard my heart like, oh, you coming to my door with that gun, my kids here and this and that. So that's what made me get out the car when I heard her say that. So
why did you get out of the car?
when I heard Mahogany say something about her kids and he at her door with that gun.
And what were you going to do?
I was going to get Harbors away from this girl door with that gun with them kids in it.
What happened?
So, okay, I get out the car like, let me go get this man. So I get out the car again, walk over there towards Jason's house. So when I walk right there, he got on her face wet, just waving the gun, somebody what he'll do. So I get between him and her with the gun. I push him back like, hey man, you tripping, man. You got a wife at home. You still argue with these girls. You got a wife at home, man. You got a shop across the street. You tripping. Let's go, man. You tripping. Man, you need to go. So I push him back out of her face. So as I'm pushing him back at her face, she's coming out the door. So I turn back on her like, no, baby, look, stay in the house. I got him. Please let me.
And from there, where was Horace's gun?
Horace's gun was in his hand.
What was he doing anything with it?
No, he just had it, like he had it in his hand, but it was pointing down at the ground, but it was in his hand. So as I'm in the middle of both of them, so as I push Harvey off, and I'm making Harvey's walk like back towards the car, I turned back around because like I was telling you, she was coming out the door. So I didn't want her to come behind this man. He got a gun in his hand. She got these kids right here because I can see the kids and everything. I seen one child standing right there. So when as he walking off, I turn around, I'm talking to her like, look, baby, I got him. I said, just chill, I got him. I said, I'm gonna make sure he don't come back. I'm finna take him. I said, I got him. So as Harvey was walking off, it's like a wood fence, like on the side of the unit right there. It's a wood fence. So I see Harvey's walk like past the wood fence and go around the wood fence, like he's looking for someone.
So he did not walk back to your car.
No, he did not walk directly back to the car. No, he walked around. He walked down the sidewalk and went around the fence like he looking for someone. So as he doing that, I'm talking to her. The next thing you know, I just heard like 5-6 shots go off. I heard about 5-6 shots go off. And then after that, when we heard the shots go off, me and Mahogany ran back in the house. We ran back in the house. So I peeps out the door. I see Harris come back around the fence like he was leaning, like he was staggering. He was like, I'm shot. He was like, call the ambulance. So I'm like, hey, baby, call the ambulance, because I left my phone in the car. I didn't have my phone on me. So I was asking Mahogany to call the ambulance, call 911. She was like, she was real hysterical. She was like, no, I want something. I got my kids right here. So she went to grab her kids and grab her personal belongings.
Okay. That's fine. And we'll get into that. I want to go back to when you heard the shots fired. When Mr. Harris went around the corner, did you hear an argument or a scuffle or anything like that before gunshots? I'm gonna tell you
everything. What I told you is what I know. I can't add nothing to it. I didn't hear no argument. I didn't hear none of that. I was talking to that girl, trying to get her to stay and not follow behind me. And I was trying to get him on as me and her was right there talking. He went around that corner, around the gate. I didn't hear no arguing or nothing. And I just heard some shots. That's all I heard.
And Horace Harris still had the gun in his hand when he walked around the corner.
He walked off with that gun in his hand.
Okay. What did you do after that?
What I did was, as I was telling you, I was asking Mahogany to call the police and stuff, call 911. And she was like, she was really just focused on her kids and her.
Right,
She went. So basically, I grabbed him for me. I was like, look, man, just stay with me. I was trying to keep him up because I didn't want the man to die. So I'm telling people, like, call the ambulance. So next thing you know, I really don't want to leave him right here and run to the car. So, but I had to anyway. I laid him down, ran to the car. It was other people standing out there. They was running all over there. So I ran to her, called the ambulance, and came back over there to him. I stood there till the ambulance got there. I mean, what else?
What happened to the firearm that Horace had, if you know?
You know something, man, listen, to be honest with you, I was so scared, man, that because I knew I had some warrants on me and I ain't really want to stand there. And I ain't want to have nothing to do with that, to be honest with you. I really wanted to get the hell on because I ain't want to have nothing to do with none of that, to be honest, because I didn't ask for that. And then by me just knowing this man, just what he was doing, I'm like, man, like, I just didn't want to, I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to have anything to do with this, but I know what Harvey did, man. Man, them folk know what that man did, man. Like, this ain't no, I'm not trying to take up for nobody. I'm not trying to do none of that. I don't want nothing to do with none of this. It's just that I know that man had a gun at that man door, man. I know this man went from street to street looking for this boy with that gun. And can't nobody say no otherwise because I was the one there. He was in the car with me. Ain't nobody else in that car. I know what this man had. I seen this man jump out of there. I seen all that myself.
Okay, the question is, do you know what happened with Mr. Harris's gun?
I said, no,
Okay.
I mean, no, sir. No, sir. I don't know exactly what happened with the gun because it was people just coming up as I was walking out. I don't know what happened to Mr. Harris' gun, sir. No.
Did you see Jason Bright take the gun?
I never seen Jason Bright. I never seen him not one time that day.
And you were with Mr. Harris as he was being attended to by medical staff, right?
Yes. When the medical got there, the police got there, I was trying to leave and they wouldn't let me leave.
So at no point were you off of the general area of this crime scene?
No.
And you never saw Jason Bright?
No.
That's all the questions I have. I'm sure the state has some for you. Thank you, Mr. Handspike.
Before Mr. Abate asks you questions, Mr. Handspike, I have a couple more. So after you heard the gunshots, Mr. Harris came, I think you used the word staggering back around that fence and it was clear he'd been shot. Mahogany, she was trying to leave with her kids. Is that what you described her doing?
Yes.
Okay. Did she leave with her kids?
Man, she got the, she left, she go. She just.
Okay. So by the time the paramedics or the ambulance arrived, Mahogany and her kids were gone?
Yeah, they was gone. They was long gone.
Okay. And did she leave on foot? She walked away or did she hop into a car with her kids, if you know?
She left on foot, sir.
Okay. And the apartment where you went with Mr. Harris was Mahogany's apartment or Mr. Bright's apartment? If you know.
I don't know who assigned to the apartment. I just know they live there.
Okay, meaning Mahogany, Ms. Mahogany and Mr. Bright, they lived in that apartment together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Bate, thank you.
So before I start with Mr. Handspike, Your Honor, I just spoke with Ms. Feely, and the state is going to tender states 1 through 13 with no objection to show some photographs to Mr. Handspike.
Okay. And are you going to do a screen share? Is that how it's going to work?
I'm gonna.
You're going to try. Okay. So Mr. Handspike, Mr. Abadi has introduced 13 pictures, and he may share one or all of them with you. They're going to pop up on the screen. So hopefully you'll be able to see them from whatever device you've got. Okay.
All right.
Judge, if I can approach, I'll go ahead and give you the hard copy.
Great. Thank you. And there's no objection, Ms. Feely, to the admission of these 13.
Not for purposes of this hearing.
Great. I don't have a number one. I don't know how important number one is, but mine starts with 2.
I'm gonna share number 1.
Okay.
It didn't print right.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Handspike. How you doing?
Okay.
Okay, so you said you had known Horace for about 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
You got to say yes for the record.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and how often would you frequent his shop off of Kennedy or Cameron Alexander Boulevard?
Man. I mean, it's the bluff. Like, you know, you hear shots out there.
Let me
Hold on. You're about to share something. I say he disappeared on us.
Maybe I wasn't clear. How long did you visit his shop, Mr. Harris's shop?
Oh, I visited like 3-4 times a week.
Okay, and if you can see on your screen, do you see the picture, States Exhibit 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're looking at States Exhibit 1, do you see in the left-hand corner, it's like a gray building that's 2 stories? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Is that building in States Exhibit 1, the gray building, is that the shop that Mr. Harris owned?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you see kind of diagonal from the shop? It's kind of like a bluish purple, 1-story kind of large ranch looking apartment complex or apartment building?
Blue. Yeah. I see the apartments right there. Yeah.
Okay. There's like a guy standing on the doorstep of one of the apartments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is that the apartment that the lady that you knew as Mahogany lived at?
Yes.
Okay. And the judge just described a man in a kind of a white shirt standing on some stairs. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
is where that man is standing, is that where the apartment was for, or where Miss Mahogany lived?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we kind of get into that day, you said, had you ever met who you know as Dre or the defendant Jason Bright before that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And about how many times?
I mean, several times we speak, and you know, he be on about his business.
Okay. And did he go to the shop often when you were there?
I done seen him come to the shop a few times. Yes.
Okay. And the few times that you had seen him, was the victim, Mr. Horace Harris, was he also there?
Yes.
And in those times that they interacted and that you were there, they didn't have any beef, correct?
Like it was like once or twice I done seen Harry say like some little mean stuff to him, like try to chomp him off, and he'll just look at him and walk off. Jason will look like walk off.
Okay. And you say some mean stuff. In those times, Mr. Horace or Mr. Harris never once threatened the defendant, Mr. Bright, correct?
I didn't hear him threaten him to them times. No.
Okay. Now, that day, July 15th of 2020, had you been at the shop, during the day or earlier before the shooting?
No.
Okay. And how did you, I guess, or what were you doing in that area prior to connecting with Mr. Harris?
I lived out there in the area.
Okay. And you said you were driving around?
I said I lived in the area.
Okay. But on direct, you were talking about how you picked Mr. Harris up at some point, before the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So were you driving around?
No, I told you that I was with my kids, and I said he called me.
Okay. And when he called you, did you immediately get into your car and go pick him up?
No, I didn't immediately do it. I had to handle my kids first, and then I came.
Okay. Were you alone?
No.
Okay. Who'd you pick the victim, Mr. Harris, up with?
No. When I pulled up, I was alone in the car with him.
Okay. You were alone in the car with him?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of car were you driving that night, sir?
I was driving what kind of car I had at that time? I think I was in a Nissan.
A Nissan?
Yes.
What color was it?
Gray.
Okay. And you were describing to the court earlier on direct kind of the area or the street where you picked the victim up. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now in this photograph in State's Exhibit 1, can you kind of describe to the court in that picture, if you can see it, or kind of point the court into the general direction where you were, where you picked Mr. Harris up?
Okay, you see where the shop at right there? You see
Okay.
that car directly in front of the shop at. That's why I picked Harris up at.
Okay. So like there's a car that's parked facing us. That's like you were basically right there when you got Mr. Harris.
I just told you directly in front of the shop. There's just one car directly in front of the shop.
Okay. So that's a yes. And then just so I'm understanding, you guys, and Mr. Abate may cover all this with you. You guys did all this driving around and he got out at one place, but he ended up directly across the street from where you picked him up.
Hey, now listen. What happened is no driving around. Matter of fact, look, as you look at this picture, let me show you, because you're trying to make it out of something what it's not. Steve, you see this picture where that car I told you I picked him up at right there, okay?
Yep.
And then you also see, like, on the corner, you see right here, like where that other tree at. It's a tree right here to see across the street on the corner where you see like this.
Yep.
All right, then that's the street we made a left on right there. I think that street right there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Sunset Street right there. And then right there, there's Sunset. The next street, like as you go down this street, the next street you come to that's crossed over Sunset is Jet Street. We just did like a whole, like a circle. We went around like in a square, like left on that street. It ain't no drive around everywhere, so it's not that. We went around in a circle, ended up right back. You see right here with these, like, you see where that car I told you I picked them up at.
Yes.
When you come at that first pole right there, we was parked like right here with these little ropes at on these little poles sticking out the ground right here.
Yep.
That's how far we went. So all that riding around, no, you missed me with that. No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I would be clear, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. What I was trying to get at though.
Not you trying to put words in my mouth. You trying to make it seem like something what it's not. And it's not what you're saying. It's what I'm saying, because you wasn't there. So you trying to make it out of a story like, oh, you riding around. No, it wasn't that at all.
Okay. How about this? Is it not the case, Mr. Handspike, that after the square that you drove with Mr. Harris, he ended up effectively walking across the street from where you picked him up to get to Mahogany's apartment?
Yes, that's what he did.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll apologize, Mr. Handspike. That was my fault. I used the word driving around. I didn't mean it like you were traveling around all through the city. So you drove the square and back up.
You put me in the pressure. No, you put me in the pressure like you trying to say like I went over there to drive him around. Like, no, I didn't go for that. It's not that. So don't even try to put in that type of expect, because I'm not going to allow that.
Got it. You're super clear. I got it. So I'm gonna move on to the next question. Okay. So Horace gets out of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to say yes for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And when he gets out of the car, you say he goes directly to Mahogany's apartment. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
And where are you?
In the car.
Okay. And is your car parked directly in front of Horace's shop where you picked him up, or are you somewhere else?
Listen, I know you just heard the story I gave you. I told you that we pulled past Harvard Shop and parked right here in front of these little things. You see little things right there in the street, on right across from Harvard Shop. Like I told the judge when I was telling him that the shop was on the side of the street of some apartments that's right there street from there. That's what I told you. Like,
Okay.
I mean, what you trying to insinuate, man? Like, cause I know you heard the story where I said I never said I pulled right there in front of this. I told you where I pulled it. Like, what
All
you
right,
mean?
let me interrupt you for a second because I apologize. It's your internet ain't is not great, so you're breaking up. So sometimes I don't hear everything you're saying. So if I'm being repetitive, I apologize in advance. It's because I didn't hear you. Okay, can we get on that page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So you park across the street from Horse's shop, like you described, and
Side of the street.
got
All right,
it.
it's not too far. You see what it is with the name at in the street right here.
I do.
Like right. I probably put up right here. What is C at right here on this picture? Probably a little. Let me see. Like ahead of this C right here. Like what is Google sign at? But on the right here on the side with a C at over that area right there. That's like where I parked at. Yeah, like a little bit up a little bit, like right in that area right there. That's why I parked there.
Got it. Right where the red circle that the judge put on State's Exhibit 1.
Right there, yeah, down in there, right there.
Okay. And are you able to see Horace and Mahogany at this point?
I really can see. I hear like she was standing in the door. I can barely see her, but I can most definitely see her.
Okay. And you said they're arguing back and forth. They're yelling.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, do you see anyone other Horace or Mahogany?
No.
Do you hear anyone other than Horace or Mahogany?
No.
Okay. And when do you get out of your car?
Mm-hmm.
No, when do you get out of your car?
I get out of my car when I heard Mahogany say something about her kids.
Okay. And when you get out of your car, do you walk directly to, I guess, that apartment that Horace and Miss Mahogany are speaking at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you get there, you said you, I guess, put yourself in between Horace and Mahogany to kind of separate them?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, you testified on direct that Horace had his gun in his hand.
Yes.
But it was pointed towards the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And how long are you kind of standing separating them? Is it a couple seconds? Is that, a minute? How long does it take to like separate them and Horace kind of walk away?
Like when I get up there, like I pull them back. It's like I would say I give about no more than like 10 seconds to separate them.
Okay. And after you separated them and Horace walks, you said he walks towards I guess the fence and the sidewalk. Do you see that car that's
Yeah.
Does he walk towards that kind of it looks like a gray silverish car?
All right. It's like on this picture right here, it don't show you the actual like how it is right now. This like an old picture, like how it used to be right there. But they got a gate or like a wood gate fence. Could you put the picture back up if I can let the judge know like he can see exactly what I'm talking about?
Yeah, let me show you a better picture, okay?
All right.
While Mr. Abate is putting that up, Mr. Handspike, at the time that you are trying to keep Mahogany and Mr. Harris apart and try to be the peacemaker, was it dark out or is it sunny?
No, it's dark. It's dark, sir.
Okay.
All right. Do you see State's Exhibit 2 on the screen, sir? Can you see the new picture?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Now, in this picture, can you describe to the court, I guess, where you are or standing after you separated Miss Mahogany and Mr. Horace?
All right, young. You see where that gate at? Right here to your right, like directly on the building of 690. You see the gate right there, the brown gate?
Yep.
Okay, then. I'm inside of the gate. So that's why I was telling you, like, when he walked around the gate, because I was right in front of the door. You know what I'm saying?
I do. So let me see if I get this right. I don't know if that's going to show up. That's not showing up as well. Up there. So you're basically, the door is on the other side of that gate by the 690. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
you're
sir.
over there. You're not where these cars are. You're over at what I'll call the front side of the apartment.
Yeah,
and,
the front. Yes, sir.
and Mr. Harris went around this gate.
Around. Yeah, he like when I made him walk off, you see where the other gate is right there. When you walk down that sidewalk right there, you walk like going back towards my car. But when I got him off in front of this door right here, he walked like he was gonna walk back like towards my car. He went around this gate right here on the corner like he was looking for someone, like I was telling you, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And when he walks around the gate, you testified on direct, you don't hear any yelling, you don't hear any screaming, you don't hear any arguing, correct?
No, I don't hear none of that. I don't think I heard when he walked around that gate, and I was still in front of that door right there. We just heard some shots go off, and we ran in the house.
We meaning you and Mahogany.
Me and Mahogany, yes.
Okay.
How many shots do you hear?
About 5, 6 shots.
Okay. And after you hear the shots, you said Mr. Harris or Horace comes walking around and he says, "Man, I've been shot," right?
Yeah, he came back around that same gate right there with the arrow pointed at this gate right here. He came back around that gate like I've been shot. Call the police. And that's when I was trying to call the police.
And tell me this, Mr. Handspike, in the time that you have separated Mr. Harris and Miss Mahogany, and he walks around the gate and you hear the shots, is that like 5 seconds, 10 seconds? How much time passes between Horace walking away and the shots happening?
All right, I'm right there. I could say it was I give it like about 10 to 15 seconds, man.
So I want to make sure I heard your number. You said 10 to 15 seconds. You were saying, Mr. Handspike, that between hearing the shots, pow, 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 5 or 6, and you seeing Mr. Harris again, that was about 10 or 15 seconds.
No, sir. What I'm saying is that by the time that I'm right there talking to her, and Mr. Harris started walking off, because I told you, remember, I told you that I was trying to calm her down and make her not come behind me. So I was right there talking to her, and Mr. Harris walking off. So as he's walking off, I'm still there talking to her. And it was like 10 to 15 seconds, I'm not mistaken, before we heard the shot. After that.
Got it. Okay. So then let me ask my question. I follow that. So 10 to 15 seconds after you lose sight of Mr. Harris and you're engaging with Mahogany, then you hear the shots. How much time after you hear the shots is it? Because then you said you run inside the apartment. You hear shots, you run inside the apartment. And then at some point you see Mr. Harris again and he's saying, "Call an ambulance, I've been shot." How much time between shots and you see Mr. Harris again?
Okay. He go around the corner. I run in the house. When I run in the house, I pulled the door up. Then I peeked out the door. It was like, I can say about, it was like, I want to say about 10 seconds, about 10 seconds, like within the same range, like about 10 seconds. I see him stagger around because she didn't really want to open the door back because she was scared when she heard the shots go off. And when I opened it, she was like real jittery, and I'm like, no. I said, "We're gonna be okay." And then when I see him come back around the corner, I see he was shot. He was saying shot. About seconds.
Can you say that last bit again? You got a little choppy.
Oh no, I said it was about 10 seconds. About 10 seconds after the shots go off.
And after those 10 seconds, you see Mr. Harris again. At this time, do you see him with a gun?
I don't remember seeing the gun then.
Okay. So the gun you said that you saw him walk off with in his hand, you no longer see it again.
My adrenaline going. I see this man shot up. I got these kids right here. I got these girls screaming. I got these kids crying. Like I don't know. I really don't know what to do but try to call the ambulance to get some help. I'm not trying to my mind everywhere.
So was that you don't remember, or no, you didn't see the gun?
I told you I don't remember.
Okay. And the large sum of money that Mr. Harris had on him prior to being shot, did you see that?
I don't know, man. Listen, I don't know nothing, but I don't even know where they get that from. Like, I ain't seen that man with no money. I don't even know where that come from.
So is that a no? You didn't see the money?
I just told you, no, I haven't seen no money. Where did that come from? Like,
Okay.
what are y'all doing? Where the money come in at?
And then after you see Mr. Harris fall to the ground, kind of in front of the porch, do you call 911?
What I stated to the court is that when Mr. Harris told me to call the police, I asked my Hagen to call the police because she had her phone. She was like, she got to get her kids and she got wants on her. She got to go. So I tried to look around and ask someone to call the police then because I didn't want to leave him. So I had to leave him and run to my car right there and grab my phone and call the police. That's what happened.
So you eventually call 911.
Yes.
And after you call 911, the police show up pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, the police show up first. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the ambulance and medical professionals show up to try to help save Horace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you remain on scene, right?
Yeah.
And when you're on scene,
I tried to leave. They wouldn't let me leave.
okay. And when you stay on scene and you speak to several members of the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And in fact, they ask you to kind of hang around and they put you in the back of a police car to wait for homicide to show up so you can talk to them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you are in the back of the police car, you make several phone calls. Do you remember that?
Hold on.
Yeah, I called my girl then.
Okay. Did you speak to?
I said, yes, I called my family.
Okay. Did you speak to? Did you call anybody else like Josh? Did you speak to a guy named Josh?
Yeah, I think I talked to Josh.
Okay. And do you remember saying that this man, Horace, he'd been arguing with some guy named Dre about some bitch, someone he keeps fucking, and the man just shot him up. I tried calling you. The man just killed him. This is serious, man. Horace dead.
No, I didn't say that. What I stated to him was that I said, hey, man, Harry was out here arguing with these folks about this bitch he fucking across the street, man. I said, I don't know what's really going on, but I know his ass just got shot up and he's dead. Because they were trying to, like, when I was trying to call him and let him know that Harry was dead, like, the people that I know him, who I met through him at his shop, like, he got a body shop. Josh got a body shop, too. So I know him through Harry. So I was trying to call, because I don't know his wife. I don't know his wife number. I don't know nothing about his immediate family. I just know some more people that talk just like he talked. So I was just calling the people who I know who know him to see can they get in contact with his family.
Okay. So I want to show you a clip of State's Exhibit 26, and you tell me if you recognize yourself, okay?
Before you do that, States 26 is what, and any objection to States 26 being admitted for purposes of this hearing?
So State's Exhibit 26 is the recorded, I guess, video of Mr. Handspike in the back of the police cruiser.
Okay, so this would be dash cam or body cam because an officer was with him?
It's dash cam, but it's the dash cam that's inside the vehicle. So it's the...
Facing inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Through no fault of Mr. Body, I don't think I've seen this, but for purposes of this hearing, I think it's fine. And this is part of, I think, going to be important for me going forward to know whether I have.
Sure. Okay, so...
For purposes of this narrow issue, no objection.
Okay, so States 26 is admitted. We're going to play a segment of it. Post-hearing, two sides, please confer to make sure Ms. Feely's got all the digital evidence as well.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Handspike, can you see the video that's playing currently on the screen and
Yeah.
Exhibit 26? Is that you?
Yeah.
In that video?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Do you always wear backward baseball caps?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's your thing.
So let me make sure. For time purposes. So for the record, I'm going to fast forward the video for time purposes to 4 minutes and 28 seconds into the video. So I'm going to start at 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
He just got killed. Oh my God. Josh.
Man, the police done stopped my motherfucking ass, man.
Listen, Josh, I'm right here. I'm in the back of the police car, man. This man out here arguing with some nigga named Dre, dog, about some bitch. Somebody, he keep putting, man, the man just killed Horace, man. Horace dead, dog.
What?
He's dead. That's what I was trying to tell you, dog. The man just shot him up, man. The man just shot him up. Horace run to the man apartment right here on the corner. And got them, he see the man and run up on the man. The man shot Horace, man.
What the fuck?
On God, dog. They got me in the back out. That's what I'm trying to call you, Noah. That's all the only people I know who know him. I ain't got nobody's number. I just seen the man kill him, man. The man just shot him up. I'm in the back of the police car right now, dog.
Why they put you in the back of the police car for?
Because I'm the one who stood there over him. I'm trying to help him, like, call the ambulance. And they tell me I'm the witness.
Now, Mr. Handspike,
Yeah.
during that conversation with Josh in the video, you never once mentioned to Josh that Horace has a gun, correct?
Nah, I ain't never mentioned that to him. No, sir.
Okay. And in fact, when you're in the back of that video, you are that police cruiser in that video, you talk to I think she's your wife at some point. And you remember telling your wife the exact same thing and never once mentioned that Horace had a gun, that he displayed a gun, that he pointed a gun at anyone, correct?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something.
Well,
I
hold on.
don't
So
know
you
why
tell me,
you all
answer
that,
my
man.
question, sir. Yes or no?
No. I did not tell him that he had a gun. No, I did not tell him that.
Okay. And in fact, at 22 minutes and 10 seconds into the video, you speak to your wife again and you tell her, she asks you, where you at? You say, I'm right here at the paint shop. I just seen this man get killed. The little Jamaican who's fixing my car just got killed. Then you say, this N just shot him. This shit got me so blowed. The crazy part about it is this bitch whose house it is just got her kids and got the fuck on. I couldn't leave him. You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing I just told the court.
Okay. And at no point during that conversation with anybody in the back of the police cruiser do you ever mention that Horace had any sort type of firearm, correct?
What you say? Can you repeat yourself?
At the time that you're sitting in the back of that police car, you never tell anybody that you call during that time that you're sitting there that Horace had a gun, that he displayed a gun, that he pointed a gun at anyone, correct?
I can't remember. I can't remember what I told him back there. I can't really remember everything word for word. But the thing about it, I stated, excuse me, hold on. That I stated to the court that I didn't want to have anything to do with this. I didn't even want to have to go through all this. I didn't want to have nothing to do with this. That's what I'm telling you. I don't even want to do what I'm doing now. I didn't want to have to tell what was going on and go through all this old chaos. I didn't want to have to do none of that.
And I understand that.
So you gotta understand, like, you talking to a person who didn't want to have anything to do with this. So I didn't want to have to say this. I didn't want to have to do that. That's why I didn't say that, because I didn't really want to have to do all that.
Okay, I understand. So prior to you sitting in the, waiting for the detectives in the back of the police car, you talked to and are intercepted by a bunch of other first responding or other police officers, correct?
Yeah.
And when you first encounter a police officer, do you remember saying, that's my friend? He be fixing on my car. He just a friend. Yeah, he just a friend. He called me on the phone. He said, pull up, bro. I just went and got somebody. So I said, okay, bro. So I got down. When I pulled up, he was there. He got in. Then he jumped out, went to this lady's door, and they went arguing back and forth. Do you remember saying that to the police officer?
I told you I can't really remember everything. I can't remember.
Okay. And is it fair to say you never told a single police officer on the scene that Horace, Mr. Harris, ever had a gun, correct?
I just told you I can't remember what I said to the police. I just told you that. Listen, when I told you this, that I didn't want to have nothing to do with this, meaning that I didn't want to have nothing to do with this. So I probably didn't tell the police everything at that time.
Okay.
I didn't have nothing to do with that. I don't even want to do what I'm doing now. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
We got it. And I appreciate
just cause I went singing like a bird saying that, okay, well, he did this and did that and did this. That's not sounding like a person who want to have something to do with this. I don't want to have anything to do with it, so I don't want to say this and I don't want to say that.
Yeah,
I
understand.
I say it because I didn't want to do that.
I get it, Mr. Handspike. You've made it.
So if you get it, why you said asking me these questions? If you get it, that means you have no more questions.
He has to ask the questions. That's his job. He's asking the questions he needs to ask, just like Ms. Feely is asking the one she needs to air all this stuff out. So I understand you're not excited about being involved. We're going to try to wrap this up as quickly as we can.
Yeah. No, Your Honor. What I'm getting at is this. From the beginning, because I don't want to make it seem like, okay, like I got to lie about anything because I don't have anything to do with this. So
you did not. You're right.
So what I'm really trying to get him to understand is this, is that I didn't want to have nothing to do with it. I didn't want to have to say this. Or I didn't want to have to say that because I didn't want to have anything to do with it. You get me?
Yep.
I didn't want to have nothing to do with it. So I wouldn't have to say this and say that. That's why I didn't say a lot of things that I didn't say in the beginning.
Got it.
All right. So I'm almost done. It's real clear. I know you don't want to be here. You told me that a couple days ago. So I'm trying to be quick. Okay. Do you also remember after you were at the scene, you were taken back to APD headquarters? Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember speaking to a homicide detective, Detective Maldonado, in one of the witness rooms?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember kind of talking to him about what you and I have just kind of talked about over the course of this hearing?
A little bit.
Okay. And do you remember telling him that after you heard the argument between Mahogany and Mr. Harris, that you got out of your car like you told us, and as you got out of your car and walked towards the apartment, you saw a light-skinned male near the cars?
Yeah. No, I don't remember that. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember too much.
Okay. And do you remember, I guess, is it fair to say that during the interview with that detective, Detective Maldonado, you never once mentioned that Horace had a gun or that you had ever seen Horace with a gun that day, correct? I understand you don't want to answer the question, but no, yes or no, we'll get you out real quick.
It's not that I don't want to answer the question. I told you I didn't want to have nothing to do with this.
Okay. So is that a no?
No.
Okay. And did you know that the interview with Detective Maldonado was recorded video and audio?
No.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. I've got one, and then Ms. Feely. Oh,
I got one quick
wrap up. Whatever you got.
So after you spoke to Detective Maldonado, you went to the Fulton County Jail, correct?
Yes.
Because you had some warrants on a probation warrant or something for something very much unrelated to this.
Yes.
Okay. And not too long after going into custody, you get out of the Fulton County Jail, right?
Yeah.
And after you get out of jail, you speak to Horace's wife, Miss Melendez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you not only speak to her over the phone, but you see her in person, correct?
Yes.
And you see her over at the shop and in the area of where Horace was killed, right?
Yeah.
And when you see her, you actually walk her through and kind of reenact what happened, correct?
Yeah, I kind of told her, yeah.
Okay. And during that conversation, again, you never told her that Horace pointed, had, or you had ever seen him with a gun that night.
Man, yes, I did tell her that. Yes, I did tell her that.
So you told her that?
Yeah, yes, I told her that.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Okay. I've got a question. Mr. Handspike, what I heard you saying, and it was a little hard to hear, but I'm pretty sure it's what you said when you were in the back of the police car. So not what you said today, but when you were in the back of the police car, is that you told Josh that Horace had been killed by Dre. You said things like he ran up on Horace and killed him. And I'm curious, what you told me today is you saw nothing about the shooting. In fact, you would have no idea who shot Horace. You might have a theory, but Horace just comes back to you and he's been shot. You hear gunshots. You don't know if he shot himself. You don't know if Jack the Ripper shot him. You don't know if I was behind the apartment and shot him. But in the back of the police car, half hour later, however long it was, you're telling people that it was Dre who shot Horace Harris. Why are you telling them? How is it that you knew who the shooter was?
See, the thing about it, when I was back there talking to them people, and the reason that he made me just say Dre's name was the simple fact that I know that's who they was arguing about. I mean, that's what he was call himself getting into it with. You get me? And I did not state that. If you was rewinding back, I didn't say that Dre ran up on him. Well, what I stated, I was like that he ran that Harvest ran up on Dre. That's what I said. Rewinding back, and you'll listen to it, young. I did not say that Dre ran up on Harvest and shot Harvest. I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, whoever ran up, whomever, what I do recall you saying is that Dre did it. And so I'm wondering if
that's because I was assuming that Dre did that because that's what they was arguing about. But I never seen Dre do that. I never seen Dre with no gun. I never seen Dre none that day. I never seen that. But it's just like, if you argue with someone, if you're at their house and then a shot, that's what I'm thinking who did it. So that's why I was saying like that. But I didn't never see it. Like I told that man, I never see him just do that. I never with my eyes. No.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Feely, do you have any redirect for Mr. Handspike?
Very briefly. Mr. Handspike, you've talked a lot about not wanting to be here. So why are you participating?
Yes. Why? Only reason I'm participating is because hold on.
He does have COVID diagnosis, Your Honor.
Your Honor, why he's doing that, I'm gonna object to relevance.
You're the finder of witness credibility, Your Honor.
I think it's an appropriate question based on what we've been asking Mr. Handspike.
Mr. Handspike, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, this is my last question for you. Why, if you don't want to, are you participating today?
Because I don't want to have nothing to do with what I ain't got nothing to do with. That's that. I don't want nothing to do with this.
But why are you participating then?
Only reason I'm participating because it's just like, I lost my son. And it's just like, ain't nothing happened right out of me losing my son. But I changed my life a little bit. And I just didn't want to see another man waste his life over something I know that won't really, it didn't go like that. It didn't go like that. And that's the reason I just went on and said something. But I don't want to be here. I don't want to have nothing to do with it, man. But come on, man. Everybody know, man, that man, everybody out there know that Harvest was at that man door with a gun, man. They know what's going on, man. But man, I don't want to have anything to do with it, man. Y'all, can I leave?
Well, if Ms. Feely's done, hold on. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Abate, any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Handspike, appreciate it. You take care of yourself. Get rid of that COVID.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next witness.
At this time, we will call Jason Bright.
All right. Mr. Bright, if you will follow the directions of the deputies, we're going to get you up to the witness stand.
I'm good.
I do. Jason Bright, JASONBRIGHT.
Mr. Bright, how long have you lived in the Atlanta area?
Most of my life.
What area of town?
Well, I grew up in Southwest Atlanta, Oakland City, but I moved to Northwest Atlanta a little later on in my life.
How long before July of 2020 had you been living in that area?
To be honest, completely honest, I had got out of prison in 2017, and I was staying in a hotel room. Then I got that apartment building where it was in my name, 690.
690, the one we've been looking at.
Right.
That was yours.
That's
the
my
place was in your name.
It's in me and my dad's name, David Bright.
Tell us who Mahogany is.
Mahogany is the woman. She's my child's mother.
Who all lived in the apartment with you?
Isabella Payne, which is her first daughter, Mahogany Lilton, and Harmony Bright, which is my child. I had her October 2019.
So how old would both girls be in July of 2020 then?
Bella was 6 years old and Harmony was 10 months.
Do you have any other children besides Harmony?
No, I don't. She's my firstborn only.
Who is Horace Harris?
Horace Harris is a guy that his shop, he bought a shop in the neighborhood and I welcomed him to the neighborhood. Just a guy, like a friend.
When you say you welcomed him to the neighborhood, or were you sort of like a neighborhood spokesperson, or
Just being friendly. Just being friendly.
How often would you say you saw Mr. Harris in the neighborhood?
Every day. Every day.
Did I
Almost
hear
every
you
day.
say you considered him a friend?
Yeah.
Were there any particular things you guys did together as friends?
Drink, work on cars, talk about life. I make runs, go pick up food for him. He'll do the same for me, things of that nature.
How long had you known him?
I've known him. He came to the neighborhood in like 2018.
All right, so let's jump forward for purposes of this hearing to July 14th, July 15th, 2020. Where were you on July 14th?
July 14th, July 14th. As far as like at that time, or just the whole overall? Because I went to work then,
Okay, so you went to work. Where do you work?
UPS on Fulton Industrial, the Smart Hub.
Did you have any contact with Horace Harris?
Yes, I have. I did. Matter of fact, I took the 50. I took the 50 from Kennedy to Fulton Industrial. And by
the 50 is a bus?
It's a bus. It's a bus. I took the 50 bus to Fulton Industrial. By the time I got to the locker box area, because the bus moves around to the locker box area at UPS, I get a text and a phone call from Mahogany saying that she's scared and that Horace threatened her.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I believe this would be an exception. Its effect on the hearer. Mahogany said about being afraid.
Okay. For purposes of this hearing, we don't need to dive deep into it, but I understand the purpose, and it's not necessarily for the truth of the matter asserted, but the impact that it had on Mr. Bright. So I'll allow it in.
Okay.
And then let me just narrow you a little bit.
Okay.
We know you talked to or communicated with Mahogany.
Yes.
Did you communicate with Mr. Harris as well?
Yes, I did. I did communicate with him. I sent some messages to him, sent him text message to his phone because I asked her for the number. She sent it to me with the screenshots of what he said.
Screenshots of what he said to her?
To her, to the 313-765 number.
And so
just so 1 second, I think I was dealing with the objection. So what Mahogany shared with you was texts that Mr. Harris had sent to her.
Yep.
And it was those texts that alarmed her. She reached out to you. Take a look at, these are my words, take a look at this. I'm uncomfortable with this. And then you, now that you had Mr. Harris's info from her, you reached out to Mr. Harris to say whatever we made.
Yes,
Hear
Your
about.
Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So did Mr. Harris respond to your message?
He responded, but it was like an hour later.
From the UPS job location, where did you go?
From the UPS job location, I took the bus and I went back home
Why?
because I wanted to check up on the kids. And
Did
I
you
wanted to-
leave work early because of these texts, or you stayed at work the normal day?
I told the supervisors that I have to leave because it was a family emergency.
What was the essence of what Mr. Harris was saying he was unhappy about or happy about?
He was saying something about keep his name, you and your girl keep my name out your mouth. Now, yeah, that's what he said.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a printout of the text?
Yes,
message?
please.
I'm gonna mark it as defense 1,
Okay.
but it's just for reference.
While Ms. Feely's doing that, Mr. Bright, Mr. Handspike had referred to Mr. Harris as having an island accent.
He was Jamaican.
Jamaican,
He
okay.
he spoke patois. That's what he was.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's.
Defense 1, if you don't read it, you just read it yourself. See if that helps you remember the text you received on July 14th.
Yes.
What did Mr. Harris tell you via text on July 14th?
Would you want to admit defense 1 now?
I
Or this is refreshing his recollection?
That's all we need for the purpose of this hearing.
Okay.
What did Mr. Harris text to you?
Basically he's ready for war and he'll bring the heat to my doorstep.
So after you got those texts, you mentioned that you left work. What was your understanding of those text messages?
My understanding of those text messages was that, you know, I know he drinks. So I just came home to check up on the kids and Mahogany to make sure they was all right. That's basically why I came home.
Was this out of the blue? That you're the mother of your kid? Are you guys married or just in a relationship?
We were in a relationship at the time.
Okay, so your girlfriend gets these texts from Mr. Harris, who you just described as a friend. We eat, we drink, I help him out. Was this out of the blue, or had there been something brewing either between Mr. Harris and your girlfriend or between Mr. Harris and you?
The text messages originally sent to the 313 number were originally sent to me because that was my phone that I gave to my girlfriend because she didn't have a phone. And so it really stemmed from me and him. Me and him fell out and I stopped hanging around him.
How long before, we're talking about July 14th right now.
Yeah,
How long
right.
before that had you guys fallen out? Months ago, a day?
It was months ago. Months ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell the court what the reasoning was for the falling out?
The reason for me and him falling out is because he gets drunk and doesn't know how to control himself.
Why was he upset with you though?
Most of the time he used to come over and ask why I didn't hang out at the shop.
And I think the judge asked you, was there an issue with him and Mahogany?
It never was originally with him and Mahogany. It was with me and him. He just texted the wrong phone because he thought it was my phone.
So tell us what happened when you got to the apartment.
When I got to the apartment, I seen Mahogany. She had my 10-month baby in her arms. She was asleep. I put my book back down. I said, I'm going to walk to the convenience store and get me something, get me something to snack on, give me something to smoke, some cigarettes, and come back to the apartment.
So you went home to check on them. They were okay.
They were okay.
Tell us what happened after you went to the convenience store.
After I went, I noticed that I left my Ridge wallet, because I keep a Ridge wallet with all my ID and my money on it. I left my Ridge wallet at the house. So I turned off I was going down Sunset. I turned down Neal. I came up, Griffin Street. Then I came back down Kennedy. By the time I came, Cameron Madison Alexander, Kennedy is the old name. But I came back down Cameron Madison, and what I could see was a black car parked right on the side, in the street, right on the side of where, on the side of the apartment. And I heard arguing as I approached the front of the apartment. As I approached the front of the apartment, Senio gets out the car.
That's Mr. Handspike?
Mr. Handspike
Mhm.
gets out the car. And then he does me like, he does a little motion like this. He says, "What's up?" Does a little motion like this and walks to the door. As he walks to the door, I could,
Okay, let me stop you because I'm not sure if the judge saw your hand motion.
Right.
But you do it again and tell
Yeah.
us what you took that to mean.
I took that as hold up. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait. That's mainly what I took that as.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after,
So after he says wait, I still keep coming because I hear the arguing. As I'm hearing the arguing, I'm hearing Horace say, "Bitch, I'll kill you. Where's the nigga at?" You know what I'm saying? So when she's arguing with him, I see her push, because I'm at the side of the building. I see her push him back, and he falls off the stoop, the front stoop. And then he comes back, puts the gun to her head. She gets quiet. Now I'm seeing this from the side. I could see this.
could Mr. Harris see you?
No, he couldn't see me. He's too busy worried about her. Yeah, he didn't know I was coming until Arsenio said, "Get away from this man family house. You can't be at this man family house." And as he pulls him, as you can see, he pulls him off the stoop. He sees me around as I'm walking in front of my Lexus, because I parked my Lexus right there at the window. As I'm walking, Horace sees me. He says, "There you go, bitch ass nigga. There that bitch ass nigga go." And he chases me with the firearm.
And where do you go?
I run back towards the woods and the fence. The fence that's behind that's in front of the woods. And I fall. Me and him fall at the same time. We both fall. As I'm getting up, he says, "I'm gonna pistol whip your bitch and kill your kids." And I had no choice.
Did you see a firearm?
Yes, he chased me with it.
Where was it?
It was in his hands. He was chasing me with it.
Okay. And you just did another hand motion. Can you explain
Yeah,
how he was holding the
chasing me
gun?
with it. As he was chasing me, he was pointing the gun at me.
How long was the foot chase?
The chase, that the side of the building ain't that long. So by the time I got to the woods right there, and we both, like, he fell like where my Lexus is at, where on that picture, he fell right there, and I fell in the woods right between the gate and the woods.
I think it's important to note there's gate, there's woods. This is not like an open field.
No, it's
Is that
not an
fair?
open field.
And you already told us what Horace said. What did you say, if anything?
I didn't say nothing.
And what did you do?
I ran. Once I seen him run after me with that gun, I ran. As I ran and I fell forward like this. And he fell forward like this. He said, "I'm finna pistol whip your bitch and kill your kids."
And where were you two in relation to each other?
Right there at the woods. That's right there at the back of the apartment.
So what happened?
After he said, "I'm finna pistol whip your bitch and kill your kids," I was thinking about my baby and thinking about her. So I shot. I fired.
With your gun or his gun?
My
Where was your gun when he was running after you?
gun was on my waist.
How much time would you say between the running and his comments and the shots?
Had to be like 5 seconds. It wasn't that long.
So I think you already answered this, but why did you fire shots?
Because of my kids. I didn't want nothing to happen to Bella or Harmony.
All right, Mr. Bright. That's all I have for you at this time, but I'm sure Mr. Abadi has questions for you.
He may, but I've got a few first, just because I want to understand the sequencing. So Mr. Handspike is trying to separate Mahogany and Mr. Harris. And in doing that, Mr. Harris sees you
He sees me
and says whatever he says and starts coming after you.
after me.
Mr. Harris is older than you, same age. I have no idea
He's
his,
in his 40s.
okay. So I don't know how old you are.
I'm in my 30s, 34.
Okay. So he's older than you,
Yeah,
but he's
he's
not a 90-year-old guy.
No, he's not.
Big guy, 6'10".
He's my height. He's my size. About
Okay.
the same size.
All right. And you're saying as he came towards you, he had the gun
He had
pointed
the
at
gun
you.
pointed. As he was coming, as he was on her, when he seen me, when Senio grabbed him, when he seen me around the corner, that's when he said, "There that bitch ass nigga go." And he went chasing me with the gun like this.
Okay.
Pointing,
Didn't fire it, but is pointing it at you.
pointing it at.
Before that, you're saying you saw Mr. Harris hold his gun to Mahogany's head? Okay. He comes after you. You both fall because it's a coincidence, or like his falling knocked you over, or
No, I think, really, to be honest with you, I think it was God. But
all right. Well, let's take God out of the equation.
Yeah.
You fell independently of his falling.
right,
Okay. You're both on the ground when he says, "I'm going to pistol whip and kill."
no, he's up.
He gets up
It's up.
and you're still on the ground.
Still on the ground. I get up too. I'm getting up too, but I'm reaching,
Okay.
grabbing.
And he has now turned around to go get Mahogany and your kids in your mind when you shoot him. So
That's
you
right.
shoot him when he's moving away from you.
Yeah, he goes back to the apartment with the gun.
Okay. And that's when you shoot him.
That's when I shoot.
We heard Mr. Handspike say 5 or 6 shots. How many times do you think you shot?
I only shot 4 times.
Okay. And each of the 4 were at Mr. Harris as he was moving away from you, but towards, as best you could tell, Mahogany, your daughter, and her daughter.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
As far as you know, he never fired his gun.
No, he never fired his gun.
Okay. Any idea what happened to his gun?
To be honest, Your Honor, after I shot him, I took off and ran. I
Okay.
don't know what happened after that with the.
You went with your gun.
I left. I ran behind the apartment.
Okay. All right. Mr. Abate.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so good morning, Mr. Bright.
Good morning.
I want to start with Miss Feely gave you a sheet of paper that's marked Defense Exhibit 1. I've never seen this, so I'm gonna need you to help me. Where's this from?
That's to my phone. That's texted to my phone.
Okay, and you talked about a couple of phones. So is this the phone that you shared?
That's this is a 404-721-5678 number. That was my phone. Her phone was 313-765-3405.
Okay, and where did this printout come from?
Printout? Probably from my phone.
I'm gonna show it to you.
Yeah.
What kind of phone was it?
It's a regular Vortex phone.
Okay, and have you seen that printout before?
I haven't seen it like this. I have it different. It's set up different, like a phone, actual phone, text message.
You know where this printout came from?
It had to be my phone. Came from my phone.
Where's your phone now?
My attorney should have it.
It's your testimony that you gave your cell phone to your attorney,
Yes,
and then your attorney typed that up.
yes, yes,
But as you sit here today, you don't know where your physical phone is, correct?
it's true.
And let me ask you this, you were arrested, I think in Michigan, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you were arrested in Michigan, you didn't have your phone on your person. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Okay. So how did your phone get to Miss Feely?
My father mailed it to her.
Okay. And how'd your father get your phone?
My phones were in the house.
Okay.
That
So it's your testimony that your father mailed your cell phone to Miss Feely, and then Miss Feely somehow was able to create this printout.
no, those printouts they had to already have been, because this is before Miss Feely. This is when I had Miss Patel as an attorney.
So as you sit here today, though, you have no idea how this printout was created.
No,
Okay.
What's your connection to Michigan?
my dad lives up there.
Were you staying with your dad when you were arrested?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So I want to start with, let's start where you left off. You said you, after you shot Horace Harris, you said you took off and ran.
I ran
Okay. And where'd you run to?
down Simpson Road.
Okay. And you ran. Well, let me back up. You told the judge that you shot Mr. Harris because you were so afraid that Mr. Horace was going to pistol whip and kill your wife and kids, correct?
Not my wife and kids, but my kids.
Okay. So you're not worried about Mahogany.
I'm worried about all of them.
Okay. Because I thought you told the judge that the reason you shot him was because he said he was going to pistol whip your wife and your kids and you were afraid for their lives, correct?
Right.
Okay. Then you shot him, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you took off running, right?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't go back and protect your wife and kids, correct?
I didn't go back and protect them.
Correct. After you shot them, you didn't go to your apartment and make sure they were okay, correct?
No, I did.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, but did you see Mr. Harris fall to the ground, or how was it that you knew that you even hit him such that he wouldn't be in a position to pistol whip Mahogany and kill your kids?
Because he wasn't screaming in the air what he was going to do to them.
He had stopped talking.
Stop talking.
okay. And before you ran and didn't go protect your wife and kids, did he fall straight on the ground in front of your Lexus where he fell?
No,
Okay. Where did he fall?
on the concrete, on the sidewalk.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit. All right, so we are looking at State's Exhibit 2. You see that in front of you, the screen in front of you, sir?
It's a lot of stuff. It's
Oh, hold on. Yeah, we'll fix it. So please press stay muted. You can reach it. If not, Mr. Abate will do that, and then got it. Now you're good.
You see it?
yes, I can see it.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 2, show me where Horace fell onto the ground after you shot him.
So if you could activate, it's hard for him, but if you don't mind, activate. It's a touch screen, so you'll be able to do that again. But Mr. Abate, you can either use words if it's clear, but if it's easier to mark the screen, we can make it work. It's not going to work unless I got to get Mr. Abate to activate it. Lower left, you know the routine.
Okay, so there, you put an X. Well, it didn't show, so I'm gonna do it for you. You tell me if I'm right.
Yeah, that'll work.
So in State's Exhibit 2, I'm gonna put an X. There's an entryway. Right there.
Right.
Okay, and that's where you said you saw Horace fall? And so that's a fence?
That's the fence.
Okay, is he falling inside the fence, outside the fence?
Outside.
Right the opening?
Right at the opening.
Okay, and how do you see him fall if you take off running?
No, I saw him fall after I shot.
Okay.
And take off right after.
All right, and you were present when Mr. Handspike was testifying here today, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you heard him say that Mr. Horace came around the building,
Right.
the blue building, up onto your patio on apartment 7 and said, "I was shot," and that's where he fell, correct?
Right. I didn't. Yeah, I heard him say that.
Okay, and you'd agree that your patio that leads into the front door of your apartment is behind the gate next to the X in State's Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes.
So it would be impossible for you to see where Horace fell if you're on the other side of that gate running up towards Simpson.
Not at the entrance, sir. Not at the entrance.
All right, let me show you State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 11. You see that in front of you?
I see that.
You see where Mr. Horace has fallen and bleeding out?
I see that.
Now, explain to the court, if you're on the side of 690 Cameron Alexander, your apartment, how can you see where Mr. Horace falls?
No, I told you I saw him fall at the entrance of the gate.
Okay, so I'm gonna scroll up. When you say the entrance of the gate, I put an X.
No, not way over there.
No, it's the old X.
That's the old.
Do you see the, I guess the rim of the vehicle? It looks like it's maybe your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. That little entryway, that's where you're saying the victim fell?
Yeah, he like stumbled. Like,
And do you see the, I guess, the opening for that entryway? Do you see any like large pool of blood in that area where Mr. Horace would have fallen?
no, I don't see it.
Okay, and in State's Exhibit 11, if you see the only place where there's a large pooling of blood where the victim fell is on the steps of your porch?
Right, I see it.
Okay. But it's your testimony that he fell outside the entryway, right in front of it?
Yeah, he fell.
Okay. Now, you said you shot him with your gun.
Right.
What kind of gun did you have, sir?
22, long barrel, Jennings.
Okay, is that a rifle, is it a pistol?
It's a pistol handgun.
Okay. Is that,
A Jennings 22 long barrel,
Long barrel. Matter of fact, not Jennings, Browning.
Browning.
Browning long barrel. Sorry, got the name wrong.
That's all right.
how long you had that gun?
Had that gun since 2018.
At this point, to whether that has anything to do with whether he acted in self-defense.
What's the relevance of whether he had a machete or, I mean, I guess it matters the type of weapon, but he had it right then.
Okay, I'll move on.
Okay.
But what I'll rephrase and I'll ask you, when did you, I guess, pick up that gun that night? Did you take it to work?
No, I always take it to work because I live in a dangerous neighborhood.
And you said you work at UPS?
I work at UPS.
Okay, but you I guess, what do you do at UPS?
UPS, I load trucks. I'm a loader.
And while you're loading trucks, you have your gun on your person?
No, sir, it's in the locker box.
And did UPS know that you were a convicted felon carrying a gun into their
Again,
warehouse?
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant. But it sounds like, Mr. Bright, you had that gun on you for your walk to the convenience store. As I'm understanding the chronology, you get home early, see that the situation is stable, walk to the convenience store, oops, forgot my wallet, and you're heading back. Given the neighborhood you're in, you've got the gun on you. And so when you encounter what you encounter on your front porch, you're already armed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, but so I guess you I guess your testimony is you remembered to carry your gun up to the convenience store, but you forgot your wallet.
Yes, I forgot my
Okay.
wallet.
Now, it's a Browning long barrel 22, is that what you said?
So
And I guess describe it to the court, man, for me, so I know what does that look like?
well, it's steel. It's long. It's got a long barrel. Carries about 10 in the clip.
Okay, and you said in the clip, so is that a revolver or no?
No, it's not a revolver.
Okay, so it's the type of gun that after you shoot it each time, that it's gonna eject shell casings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that that's the kind of gun that you used on July 15th to shoot Boris Harris at least 3 or 4 times.
July 14th.
That's-
Happened July 14th.
All right, no one's trying to trip anyone up. He did say 15th, but the night of the shooting, whether that's the 14th or the 15th, your testimony is it was meaning Mr. Bright's Browning 22 long barrel semi-automatic.
That's it.
Okay.
And so it was July 14th into July 15th, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Okay. And after you shot Mr. Harris, what'd you do with that gun?
What I do with the gun, I don't recall.
Okay, well, did you take it with you?
No,
You remember what happened with your phones? What happened with the gun?
I don't recall what happened with the gun. I
Okay.
really don't.
Do you remember telling Mahogany and her family that you got rid of the gun that you used in Georgia?
No, I don't recall that.
So
Well, let me ask you a different way. You don't think it's still like at your dad's house or something? Whatever you did, you got rid of it however you got rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
now, what time did you? So let's back up now. So you, it sounds like you had a normal day on July 14th. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the court what time, I guess, was your shift at UPS that day?
It was supposed to start at 10:15.
10:15 at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you told the court that you took, I guess, a MARTA bus to where you work?
Yes, sir.
And is this the UPS warehouse, I guess, off of Fulton Industrial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you had a car, right?
Yes, I
Lexus?
had a car. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why'd you take the bus that day?
Because she has the kids and she has the car for emergency purposes. And the bus is free. It was free during the whole pandemic.
Makes sense. And when you say she, that's Miss Mahogany?
Mahogany, my child's mother.
Okay, so you left the car, I guess, for emergency purposes, unless, I guess, something happened in the middle of the night to your kids or your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time do you have to leave your house, I guess, if you're taking the bus to get from where you live to Fulton Industrial?
About 9:40.
Okay. So when you leave at 9:40 p.m., everything's cool, everything's normal, correct?
Everything's good.
Okay. And do you get to work on time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you get to work, what do you do?
Well, I put everything in the locker box and then, we got to go to a metal detector to go to the warehouse.
Okay. And you start loading trucks and things of that nature?
No, sir. I went to the supervisor, told the supervisor I have a family emergency after I got those text messages from Mahogany.
So they came before you even started your shift.
Before I even started my shift, I told my supervisors, Chanel and Nick.
Were you still on the bus when you heard from Mahogany or you were?
I was in the area, the locker room area.
Okay.
Okay. And you tell Chanel and you said Nick that you got to go. You can't work your shift.
Yeah.
And what do? You get back on the bus?
I get back on the bus.
And that's roughly a little after 10:15 because you said you got to work on time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to wait for a MARTA bus or
No,
do
they
you?
usually, it's always one parked there on standby and one leaves.
Okay. And
Is that the start of the route? I mean, MARTA buses don't just wait around for people.
No, it's at the UPS building headquarters.
Okay,
So
there's
they
just
do-
enough volume there.
Just enough for, enough people to get on.
Yep.
now, how long does it take you, I guess, to get from work back to, I guess, where you pick the bus up?
You gotta wait at the Bankhead train station for a little while because it stops at the train station. So it takes 30, 45 minutes.
Okay. And the text that I guess you received from Mahogany,
Right.
I guess they were screenshots of text that Horace had sent to a phone. I guess he thought was yours, but your wife was using it.
Not my wife, but my child's mother.
My apologies.
Yeah, I haven't got no wife. I'm not married.
No one's trying to do that. That may be the shorthand he uses,
Okay.
but no one is going to change the status. Mahogany was your girlfriend,
Right.
mother of the younger child in the household.
Right.
Yep. Harmony's mom.
I don't remember my question was, I'm sorry. She's Mahogany, the mother of your youngest child,
Right.
your only child.
Right.
She sends, I guess, screenshots of what Horace says.
She calls me and she texts me saying she's scared. Then she sends the screenshots.
Okay. And do you remember what the screenshots say?
I don't recall, but they're in my phone.
Okay. And you said those come right when you get to work, so a little after 10:15.
No, those text messages came at 11 something.
How does that work?
I text him at 10 at my job.
The question is, when did you get the text forwarded from Mahogany? Mahogany calls you.
Oh,
says
those I
something.
don't recall because those came earlier. The texts from him came after that.
But when did Mahogany forward you the texts?
I cannot. That was when I got to the locker room area.
Okay.
That's all I know.
So I asked a bad question. I should have just asked, did those texts come when you got to work around 10:15?
Right.
Okay. And you said she calls you. What is she saying is going on?
She's saying, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you and Horace got going. I'm scared. The kid, I got the babies, and can you come home?
Okay. And it sounds like you come directly home.
Yeah, I do.
And when you get home, you said it's just Mahogany and your 10-month-old, and then your, I guess, stepchild.
6-year-old. Yeah. Bella.
Isabella.
Isabella.
Yes. And are both the kids asleep?
They are.
Okay. And you walk in, and this is after Miss Mahogany has told you she's scared.
Right.
She, feared for her safety. It sounds like is what you said.
Right.
You walk in, and then you immediately leave because you need to go get some cigarettes.
No,
and snacks.
that's not what happened, sir. That's not what happened.
Okay, but that's what you told us on direct, correct?
Right. But that's not precise. That's not what happened. And you know what I'm saying? At that time. That's
So what happened?
At that time when I came home, everything was cool. Everything was smooth. When I came home, the children were asleep. She was all right. I said, ain't nothing going on. I'm finna walk to the store. Give me something to snack on, get me some cigs. I'm gonna come back.
Okay. So you got home after your
Yes,
wife
sir.
had called you there because she said she was scared, or excuse me, the mother of your child called you there. And you noticed when you got there, everything was smooth.
Everything's smooth.
So because it was smooth, you were going to go get cigarettes and some snacks, correct?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And while you're gone, how long are you gone?
I wasn't going that long because I went from Cameron Madison and Sunset to Neal Street. That's just like a hop and a skip. That's like 5 minutes, about 5 minutes.
So I guess when you're on your way in about those 5 minutes, you realize, crap, I don't have money.
Yeah, I don't have money. I don't have my money.
And so you walk back. How long does it take you to, I guess, walk back from when did you realize you didn't have your?
Neal Street.
Okay.
Yeah, Neal Street.
And how long does it take you to get back from Neal Street?
You got Neal, then Jet, then you got my street.
So the same five-ish?
5 minutes.
Okay. And in those 5 minutes, let me pull up this photo so we can try to see if we can visualize what you're talking about. Let me pull up this one. Okay, in State's Exhibit 1. So do you see the individual or the guy in the white shirt who's in front of, I guess, your apartment? That's you?
Yeah,
Okay, so you see yourself sitting in that photo. Google just happened to really catch you at a good time, huh?
that's crazy.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So where you're standing,
Yep,
do you
right.
go, I guess, to the right, or do you go to the left? If you're looking at the photo towards Forrest's shop to get to Neal Street or wherever.
Oh, I
you
go to the right. You go down Sunset. Go down Sunset, go to the right. The convenience store is on Elm Street and Simpson Road.
Okay, so you see where it says, you see Horace's shop?
Yeah, I see it.
What street is in front of Horace's shop?
That should be, what street is in front of it?
Yes.
Like the one that's crossing?
So right here where you see.
Oh, that's Sunset.
Okay, is that the way you go? Up
No,
Sunset?
I go to the right. From my apartment, as I'm looking at the picture, I'm going that way. I'm going the opposite way of the shop. I'm going to the right.
You're going the opposite way. of the
Opposite
shop.
way of the shop. I'm going down the other Sunset.
Kind of towards where your car is parked.
Yeah, to
That
Elm
way.
Street and Simpson Road. Simpson Road that way.
I'm not as familiar with the block as
Oh.
the judge, so.
Oh, okay.
I just said I've been there.
Now, you walking back and you're at, I guess, the side of 690, your apartment building, and you said you hear yelling?
No, I didn't walk back this way. I told you I came down Neal Street, came up Griffin, then came back down Kennedy. It's like a square.
Okay.
And I came back down. By the time I came back down, I heard hollering and screaming. So I came. That when I came.
So I, you go, Jim.
If you were, let's say that this was the actual scene the night of, then which direction are you coming from? The right of the screen? Are you
Oh,
coming
no. I'm
down by
coming-
that fire
I'm
hydrant?
coming from down this way. Down
You're walking down Cameron.
Cameron Madison.
Got it.
Yeah.
And so your apartment is going to be on your right. Okay. But what you'd hit first as you're walking down would be where your car's parked.
Right.
That's what you'd see first. And there's a fence that then would be blocking your view of what's happening at the front porch.
A little bit. Not the top of the fence. The top of the fence got holes in. You can
Right.
see-
But we've seen the photos that you might be able to see someone's head,
Yeah.
but your view of the front porch is obstructed some, but you could hear what's going on. Okay.
Okay. So in State's Exhibit 2, if you're walking, so your apartment would be on your right-hand side, where do you stop when you hear yelling?
In the yard behind the yard behind our it's a house behind this apartment.
Okay.
It's just a house.
So kind of,
In the yard. I was in the yard.
okay, so would it be behind the fence that's closest to the white car?
Yeah, it's behind there.
Is that Chrysler a police car?
No.
Yeah, it's that's her cousin's. Her cousin's
Oh,
APD.
okay. But that's a coincidence. But that car belongs to, I'm gonna call it your family. That wasn't law enforcement showing up.
That wasn't
Okay, because it's your Lexus, and then the Chrysler belongs to the family.
to the family.
Okay.
You say her cousin's so that white Chrysler belongs to Mahogany's cousin, who's an APD officer?
Yeah.
Okay, and his car's there.
That's I guess that's that night. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with that, because usually it just be my car parked on the side of that building. I don't know about that other.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said Mahogany got some texts that she forwarded to you that made her fearful. And
Yes.
made you so fearful that you left work to
Right.
come home, but nobody called the APD cousin just to let him know the situation that was happening in the area. It seems like he lived too.
No. That cousin stay in Henry County. You just the APD officer. She don't stay out here. Her name is Leah. She don't stay out here. She stay in Henry County.
But Leah's car is there.
I don't know who that. I know she drive one like that.
Okay. All right. So nobody calls the APD cousin, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't call the police on your way back to tell them that your wife's been the mother of your child has been in a situation and she's scared, correct?
No, I didn't call no police.
Okay. You come home, it's all smooth, you go to the convenience store and then you hear yelling, right?
No, I come back home because I forgot my wallet. Then that's when I get close to home. That's when I hear the yelling.
Okay. So when you get close to home, near those two cars and the
Right.
yard behind, you
Right.
hear yelling.
Right.
And you just kind of hang out. You let the yelling.
No, I don't hang out. I'm approaching slowly, but I'm approaching.
You'd agree you never approach the door where you hear the yelling, correct?
Did I what?
You never approach or get to the door.
No, I never get to the door. No, I never make it. I actually make it to the side of the apartment right there, right in between the Lex and the car.
Okay. And you're waiting there and you hear Horace and
I'm not waiting. I'm approaching.
Well, you stop at some point by the car.
Yeah, when Senio tells me, hold up.
Okay. So you stop.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you, I guess, see Senio, do you know Senio
I don't know him.
at all?
Not like that. I know of him. I don't know him.
You recognized him when he came up. It wasn't a stranger coming up. You're like, hey, who's this?
No, it was kind of like a stranger because we never really talked or nothing like that. Like I know of him. I don't know him.
You recognized his face.
Recognize his face from the shop. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
And when you guys, I guess, see each other,
Yeah.
you said he doesn't say anything to you. He just makes a kind of a hand motion.
Just a hand motion, like, like hold up. Wait.
And I believe you told the court, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what you said,
Right.
but you heard Horace threatening the mother of your children.
Yes,
correct?
he was. Yeah.
And
He was screaming out into the air, like
Right.
taunting, like ranting.
you hear her screaming back, right?
Yeah.
And what you hear, I guess, both of them saying is not respectful of each other, correct?
What I am hearing is, where's the nigga at? Bitch, I will kill you.
So you hear Horace say, "Bitch, I will kill you."
Yeah.
You see a man you recognize, but don't really know. He tells you, he gives you a hand motion, and you're at this entire time so scared for the mother of your children and your children, you listen to him and don't go to the situation.
No, I don't listen. I'm still approaching. I'm coming slowly. I told you I'm approaching the situation. Just because he did this, hold up, don't mean I'm stopping. I didn't go in a complete stop.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still coming.
So if you don't go to complete stop, I guess kind of explain to me, like, so I can move on.
Can I show him?
Yeah.
Can I show him what I did?
I mean, like, you want to stand up and do it? Is that all right if he stands up? Okay, sure. No sudden movements.
Okay. All right, when he tells me stop, he's a little bit further, like back on the road where, what's right back where that guy is.
I'm gonna come, you see,
Yeah.
white man sitting right
Right
here. This is where Horace.
This is where our single hands fight does like this. As he's doing like that, I'm still coming like this.
Okay.
While they're screaming and fussing, I'm still coming.
Okay.
That's it.
And so when you see Arsenio where Investigator Rickman is, so I don't know, we're not close to each other, you and I.
No.
So if I'm at the first, I guess, bench of where the audience was in the courtroom and you're at the witness stand,
Right.
he does this.
Right.
Where is it on the picture in State's Exhibit 2? Where is Arsenio when he does that? Is he by his car? Is he across the street?
He's right here at the gate before you enter the wooden gate.
So
Right
where that X had been
where that
before.
X had been.
Okay. That's where Arsenio is.
Yeah, that's where he was.
Okay.
You're behind, I guess, your
I'm on the
apartment.
side. I'm on the side. Like I'm in front of the Lex. Like I'm in the front, coming in the front of it. Like walking.
Well, the front of the Lexus is up against the building, so you couldn't see anything if you were there. You're at the back of the Lexus?
No, like I was in, like right here, like in the front, because it wasn't parked that close. It was like, you could go through the front, like it's a pathway through the front.
Okay, but just so I'm understanding, you're saying you are between the nose of the Lexus and the blue wall.
Right.
Okay, so you can't see anything about what's going on the front porch because you got that blue wall all the way forward. You can hear things and you see Arsenio because he's in that gateway,
Right.
but you cannot see what's happening on the front porch.
No, I can't see what happened.
Okay.
You can only hear what's going on.
I mean, I could, to be honest with you, I saw the motion that was going like at the top of the gate. Like the gate is not that tall, you know what I'm saying? Like you could see actually, like the holes right there, you could see people through there.
If you're right here, where
Right.
the Lexus is, right? And this is the gate
Right,
right here.
right,
Your front porch
right,
is right here, right?
right.
You're telling the court that you can, if you're standing in front of your Lexus between the Lexus and the side of your blue building, you can see what's going on?
No, I'm not saying I can see, like, no, not see. I can see the people. Like I can see people coming like back and forth from the stoop, the sidewalk to the gate.
Okay. And at that point is when Cineo gives you the hand motion and you don't stop, but you continue to move real slow.
You know how a cheetah, okay, you know how a cheetah, they come and they're walking, but they're not stopping, but they're moving like that, but they're not running like that way.
So like
I'm still coming.
like a cheetah. Sounds like when they're like going after their dinner.
I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it in that sense. Just that's how I was coming. That's how I was walking.
Okay. So you're walking, it sounds like a cheetah. You're trying to be real stealth as you walk up, correct?
Yeah.
And I guess at the point where you get the hand motion and you're stealthily walking, Cineo somehow
he grabs Horace from right here at this gate.
Okay.
He grabs Horace. When he grabs Horace, he sees me like this and said, "There you go, bitch ass nigga." And that's when he take off after me with the gun.
Okay. And is Horace like in a full sprint?
Yes.
Yes.
And he ran after me. He chased me all the way he chased me right here to the wood line, to where the woods at.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me where the wood, this picture, because it's dark, I can't really see where the woods are. Is it at the end? I guess we'll get another picture.
Here's Stakes Exhibit 4. Do you see the wood line? I'm gonna zoom in.
I see where the yellow tape is. Yeah, right there. Right there. That's yeah, right there.
Okay, so past the yellow tape is woods.
Yeah, woods.
Got it.
That's number trees.
Okay. And I believe your testimony on direct was Horace, as he takes into a full sprint, falls in front of your Lexus, correct?
Right.
Which is right here in Stakes Exhibit 2, right?
Right.
And then you fall.
At the wood line and the fence.
Okay. And when you fall, you fall forward, correct?
Yeah, I fall forward.
And
No, that's not correct. Falling forward is like this. I fell to the side. I fell like this because the gate right here and the woods is right here. I fell in the woods in the gate, trying to go behind the gate.
Okay. So you tripped, is what you're saying?
Yeah, both of us tripped.
Okay.
Right.
So Horace trips in front of the Lexus. And does he trip to the front, to the side? You could see him, right?
Yeah, I can see him.
So does he fall on his face?
Yeah, he falls forward with the gun in his hand. Falls forward.
Okay. And when he falls forward, he doesn't drop the gun, is what you're saying, correct?
No, you don't drop the gun.
In fact, I think you said, no, I know you said on direct that you guys when you both fall, you're tussling.
No, I never said that. Tussling. I never touched that man.
Okay. So you didn't say that on
I
direct.
ain't even doing that.
So I guess I misheard you.
Yeah, I think so, sir.
Okay. And when you're not tussling and you both fall, you fall to the side. You said he gets up first, gun in hand, correct?
Yes, he does.
And somehow him getting up first, gun in hand, he's not able to shoot at you first, correct?
Oh, like I said, I don't know what he was. All I know is he chased me with the gun, sir.
Okay.
That's all I know.
But he never shot you.
No, he never shot me.
Okay. And you get up. If you're you fall to the side and you get up. How do you?
I felt like it's a fence right here and it's woods. The fence is up to the woods. And so when you fall, when you fall, I feel like this. So I didn't fall completely down. If you get what I'm saying, I'm stuck in between the tree, the woods and the fence because it's so tight. It's tight knit. So I didn't fall completely down.
Okay, so you fall between the wood and the fence.
Right.
What's behind the fence?
There's a fence right there, sir.
I don't. What's behind it is what I asked you.
Woods?
Okay, and
Is that basically your backyard?
Yeah, that's the backyard.
Is there a back door to 690?
There is a back door to 690.
do you fall in your back door?
No, sir. See, here we go. The fence in the woods. That's it. The fence in the wood, in between the woods and the fence. That's it.
Okay. And when you fall, I guess you don't lose your gun either. You keep yours in your hand, correct?
My gun was on my waist. I had to pull it out.
Okay. So Horace falls with the gun. You fall, but Horace is able to not drop the gun, get up before you, and point the gun at you, right?
Yes.
And you're able to get up while this is all happening. He lets you draw your weapon, because it's a long barrel one, right?
It's a long barrel 22, sir. Brownie.
Okay. And you're able to, you said it's in your waistband, is it in your back, is it in your stomach?
It's some, you know how you put a gun, like latch it in your belt between your pants, like that.
And you're able to pull it out,
Yes.
and Horace still doesn't shoot you, correct?
No, he still doesn't shoot me.
And then as you get your gun out, you're pointing it at him, right?
No.
What do you do with your gun after you pull it?
I told you what happened. He said he runs back. He's running back towards Mahogany and the kids.
Mhm.
He says, I'm gonna pistol whip your bitch and kill your kids. That's what he said.
So what I thought you said was that actually he says that looking at you, talking to you,
Right.
he doesn't turn and say, hey, now I'm gonna go kill people. He actually says to your face, I'm gonna do these things
Yeah.
while you're pulling your gun out. And then he turns his back on you.
He turns after he says what he says.
Got it? He turns his back on you and heads in the other direction after you pulled your gun out.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And that's when you shoot how many times?
I shot 4 times, sir.
Okay. And when you shoot all 4 times, is Horace turn, is his back turned to you
Yes, it is.
each time?
Each time.
Okay. And when you shoot, do you have any idea you've connected or hit him?
When he stopped screaming in the air, all the stuff he was ranting, that's when I know I hit him, sir.
Okay. And you said he falls.
He falls
Not where
at the
he's
gate.
found.
He falls at the gate, but he gets back up and goes around the corner.
And your apartment back there between the gate and the woods, you have a back door, correct? Okay. And you don't go in that back door, right?
No, I don't, sir.
After you shoot Horace, don't go make sure your kids and Miss Mahogany are safe, correct?
Sir, after I shot Horace and I ran, I called her. I'm on the phone with her. I tell her, are you okay? She says, I'm all right. Horace is dying. She says, I don't know what to do. I say, get the kids out of there.
Okay. And after you guys have that conversation between after you shoot Horace,
That's after you got
the
shot.
police arrive, where do you go?
She went to Griffin Street to her friend.
Where do you go?
Me, I went down Simpson Road.
Okay.
I went down Simpson Road.
And do you see Mahogany again that night?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Where?
Atlanta?
That's a big space.
Oh, you talking about where exactly?
Yeah, where do y'all meet up?
Yeah, we meet up eventually. Yeah, we do.
Where?
I don't know where back. It's somewhere somewhere like down like College Park area.
How does she get there?
She gets a ride from her friend.
So you both abandon the car that everyone's supposed to use in an emergency, correct?
Car.
Your
The
Lexus.
Lexus.
Yeah.
And
She didn't do, nobody had keys. The keys were left in the apartment. You know what I'm saying? She grabbed her kids and left. I didn't have no keys on me.
and so the keys were in the
The
apartment
keys were in the apartment.
where Mahogany and your 2 kids were, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at no point during this exchange of text messages before the shooting, do you or Mahogany reach out to the police, correct?
No.
You don't reach out to anybody for any sort of assistance, your cousin, correct?
No, I reached out to my people.
And you're arrested in Michigan, right?
Michigan, yes, sir.
And it's September of 2020, right?
Yes, sir. No, that's a lie.
Okay.
Well, August 28th.
August 20th, sorry. I skipped a few
Yeah,
days.
it's okay.
And during the time that you know that you've shot Horace, because you see him fall and he stops screaming or saying things, correct?
Right.
You don't reach out to authorities to tell anyone that you were protecting yourself or Mahogany, correct?
Yeah, wrong.
What's the right answer?
Oh, I did. I have family that's in the law for like in the law field. I reach out to them. I got a cousin that's a judge, and I got cousins that's lawyers.
So you didn't reach out to anyone in Atlanta to explain what had happened, correct?
I reached out to a lot of people in Atlanta.
You didn't reach out to anyone in Atlanta who's in law enforcement about what occurred, correct?
No, that's correct.
So after you're arrested, you eventually come back down here to Atlanta, right?
Correct.
And when you get back here, you come to police headquarters down the street, right?
Correct.
And you interact with Detective Maldonado, right?
Correct.
And Detective Maldonado puts you in a room and he asks if you want to talk with him, right?
Correct.
And he gives you your Miranda warnings and you agree to speak with him.
Correct.
Okay. And when you agree to speak with him, you tell him you're from Atlanta, right?
Yes.
And you tell him that you went to work that evening, right?
Yes.
And that Mahogany called you and said that Horace was acting crazy, right?
Right.
And what you don't tell him is that you came back to your apartment that night, right?
Came back to the apartment that night.
You don't tell him that you left work and came back to your apartment at
Correct.
690.
Correct. Yeah. I remember that. I remember that.
You don't tell him that.
No.
In fact, you tell him that you never come back to that apartment,
I
correct?
remember telling him that.
You tell him that you hear Mahogany and Horace arguing on the phone, right?
No, I don't remember that. Hear them arguing on the phone. How am I hear them arguing on the phone?
No, these questions are all, do you remember telling the detective?
Oh, no,
that?
I don't remember telling him that. Arguing on the phone. No.
You don't remember telling the detective that while Horace and Mahogany are arguing, you're on the other line with on the phone, listening.
I don't remember.
Mahogany and them arguing.
No, I don't remember that. I don't recall.
And you don't remember telling the detective during that interview that the argument stopped. You take the bus to your cousin's house. And after it stopped, you tell Mahogany to meet you at your cousin's house because everything's all clear. You remember telling the detective that?
I remember something about my cousin, but I don't remember in that way. I don't remember it in that way.
Now, do you remember during that interview, Detective Maldonado, he leaves, I guess you're by yourself for a little while. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
And after he comes back in and right before you're about to be transported to the Fulton County Jail, he tells you that he spoke to Chanel and Nick and you weren't on the schedule to work that day.
Yeah, I would object even for purposes of this hearing to hearsay on that.
Let me unpackage that. So this is Detective Maldonado asking a question of Mr. Bright that contains within it Detective Maldonado's assertion. I, Detective Maldonado, talked to Mr. Bright's supervisors who said Mr. Bright wasn't on the schedule to be at work the evening of July 14th.
And there's also confrontation clause issues with those witnesses are not going to be here to testify to that. And so it's, I think, hearsay in the sense that we don't get to have any cross-examination of them. This is just.
Okay, but it's the detective's question. So I'm interested. I think.
I'm gonna withdraw the question.
Okay.
Detective Maldonado's here.
Okay.
I think there won't be a hearsay objection because it's one, part of the interview with the defendant, and two, it's effect on listener, as in the steps he took are based on the statements of the defendant.
Sure, and just to fully repackage it. Detectives say lots of things in interviews. They're not always truthful. They are designed to elicit a response or who knows what. So I'm not accepting it as a truth of the matter asserted that Nick or Chanel said any of those things. So the question that was asked, and questions, in fact, aren't declarations. So I'll allow you, but you want to withdraw it, you can withdraw it. You're welcome to ask that question. I don't think it constitutes hearsay.
Okay, so, yes, I'll reassert.
Do you remember the detective asking you that question?
I don't remember.
Okay,
It's been a while.
it's been a minute.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Okay, I've got one question and then Ms. Feely may have some follow-up. So it sounds like, Mr. Bright, that during your exchange with Detective Maldonado, you did not tell him that you in fact shot Mr. Harris. Your version of events was, I actually didn't go home that night.
That's true, Your Honor.
Okay, I just wanted, that's what I took from it. It just, Mr. Abate didn't put that final punctuation mark on it. He made the point, just it was indirectly. I didn't want to misunderstand how that exchange went. Ms. Feely, do you have any questions on redirect?
No.
All right, Mr. Bright, if you'd follow the deputy's direction, you're able to go right back to the table. Thank you. Ms. Feely, do you have other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I think we're going to give Ms. Rivers a quick break. Everyone else. That's the defense presentation. It sounds like you have at least one witness based on how you were defending your question. Do you have multiple witnesses or just one?
There's just two witnesses. Detective Maldonado will be short. And the second witness is Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley, which will also be very short.
Okay, let's try to keep the break to about 5 minutes. I'd love to end as close to noon as we can because we've got some pleas and we got to take those for purposes of Monday. But if we need, we'll finish this first and other folks can wait.
That I think noon will be not a problem at all.
Okay, let's be back in about 5 minutes, please. Right there.
What did Shan say about?
That's what I told her. I said, "Billy, one of those last." He's been sent. He sent it to her and.
I just recently.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it. He sent it at.
It comes from, it says Adam Abadi on behalf of Deidre Nelson.
Deidre Nelson.
This is Judge McBurney's motions hearing 10.
Judge McBurney's motions here in 10:13. I'm looking at the time. He sent it at 9:10 a.m. It'll say Judge McBurney motion here on behalf of Deidre Nelson. He sent it to the doctor too. Yeah. Do you see where you got it?
I sent it at 11:19.
I'm here. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forwarded the Zoom link to the doctor and I wanted to make sure she knew it would be Adam Abadi on behalf. It looks like it'll say, it says your name, basically.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't do something wrong.
No, you never do. Are you kidding me? It's always us. I'm not sure that these are the family. She's gonna come out. That way we can be done at night. So I'm thinking maybe his dad gave that printout to, because I know.
I'll ask Sean. So I just assume everything I have came from me.
I never seen that before.
And I know there's stuff I'm missing because she references stuff in that she had saved to a drive that I don't have access to. So I'm like,
Oh,
but
I'm
not on
sorry.
just this case, but on other cases too. So
Well,
she printed a bunch of stuff. So that's, at some point maybe you can drop me a link to.
Yeah, I'll just drop you a new one.
That's easier to do probably than anything else.
Yes, I want to make sure you have it all. That's the problem. We all
See,
know
she
this.
did what she thought was gonna be the easiest thing, and then now I can't access it. So.
Isn't that crazy?
You have anything else, or you just hanging around McBurney?
Who's McBurney to that? This is it. Oh, okay. I was like, Washington.
So I would call.
All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready? We're back on the record in the immunity hearing in State versus Bright. The defense has rested after presenting two witnesses, Mr. Handspike and Mr. Bright. Mr. Abate has indicated the state has two witnesses. Who's your first witness?
It's Detective Carlos Maldonado. Why he's coming in, I misspoke. It's 3, but all 3 will get us done before noon.
Okay, we'll take the time we need. That's an aspiration. Ms. Nelson, do you have an interpreter lined up for noon?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
I am Sergeant Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is Carlos, and last name is Maldonado. It's Maldonado.
Sergeant, you're welcome to keep the mask on if you want because you project really well. But if you don't want to keep it on, you don't need to for purposes of testimony. Thanks.
Good morning, Detective Maldonado.
Morning.
Could you, or I guess the Sergeant Maldonado, I apologize. Can you tell the court how you are currently employed?
Sure, I'm employed at the City of Atlanta Police Department. I'm assigned to the aggravated assault unit.
Okay, and back in July of 2020, can you tell the court where within the Atlanta Police Department were you assigned?
Sure, at that time I was assigned to the homicide unit.
Okay, and since that time, have you been promoted to sergeant?
I have.
Okay, and were you, I guess, the detective who was first in the rotation if a homicide was to occur on July 14th and July 15th?
I was.
Okay, and did you receive a call or dispatch to 690 Cameron Alexander Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia, about a shooting?
I did.
Okay, and based on your investigation, were you able to determine that the 911 call came in at 12:28 a.m.?
I was.
Okay, and how long did it take you to get to the scene?
Sure. So initially, obviously, responding officers arrived to the scene first. Upon seeing the victim being deceased, they would have called the overnight detectives to respond to the scene. It probably would have taken them another 30, 40 minutes. Once they've secured the scene, then I was notified that we had a homicide call up. So it probably would have taken me about an hour and a half from the time when the first call first came up.
Okay, and as a part of your investigation, when you show up, do you speak to all the supporting officers and detectives that had shown up before you?
That is correct. First, I would have spoken to the general investigator, the overnight detective, who would have given me a run through. This is the scene. This is the evidence of what we had so far. We have possible witnesses here. Would just give me the layout of everything. And then from there, I would prioritize what I wanted to do from that point.
And through those conversations and through you getting caught up to speed for your investigatory purposes, were you able to determine that the call came in at 12:28 and they had responded by 12:32 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you arrived, other than, I guess, first responding officers and medical personnel and supporting detectives, was K9, were they also there?
They were called to the scene after my arrival.
And can you tell the court why was the K9 unit called out?
Yeah, so we knew that a shooting took place to the parking lot, which is adjacent to, it's not much of a parking lot, but a couple of parking spaces next to the apartment. From what witnesses said, that's where it occurred, but we couldn't find any ballistic evidence. So I called for a K9 to come out that is specifically trained to locate ballistic evidence, but they weren't able to locate anything.
Okay. And did they search, I guess, the entire surrounding area up Sunset, Jet, that whole square?
Correct. They would have started where we thought the shooting occurred. And when they didn't locate anything, they expanded their search to include the entire area of our crime scene. The zone responding officers set up a pretty large crime scene. So they checked that entire area.
Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement for 10 years.
Okay. And prior to this incident, how long had you been assigned, I guess, to the homicide unit?
The homicide unit had been about a year at that point.
Okay. And then through your 10 years of service with law enforcement, Have you received trainings about firearms and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
And through your training and experience, are shell casings, I guess, ejected from a revolver?
Not from a revolver unless they're manually ejected.
Okay. And you said that no shell casings were found on scene that evening.
That is correct.
Okay. And with guns, other types of guns like pistols and semi-automatic firearms, do those types of handguns, do they eject shell casings?
They do. It's part of the process of how it loads a new shell, a new round into the chamber.
Okay. And if a 22, either I think a Browning pistol was used, would that gun have ejected shell casings?
Correct. As long as there was, oh yes, it would have ejected shell casing, but that would have been the process to put a brand new round into the chamber. After the trigger is pulled, it would have, after the round leaves the firearm, it would have ejected a new shell casing. And in the process of the ejection, when the slide comes back forward again, it chambers a new round.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene, was Mr. Arsenio Handspike present?
He was.
Okay. And then through your investigation, can you tell the court, did you see his vehicle there?
I did not see a vehicle, no.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, did you also go and I inspect or look at the area where the victim was found on the front steps of apartment 7?
I did.
And through your investigation and then the supporting investigation of the first responding officers, as well as the detectives who responded, was a firearm found on the victim, Mr. Horace Harris?
No, we did not look at any firearms.
Okay. And did you locate a firearm on Arsenio Handspike?
I did not know.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene and anytime before you left 690 Cameron Alexander, did you encounter Mr. Jason Bright?
On scene, no.
Okay. Did you encounter Miss Mahogany Lilton, which is Lilton?
No, I did not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Handspike and the deceased, Mr. Harris, was anyone else that was associated with apartment 7, I guess, located?
No.
Okay. Now, as you continued your investigation, did you speak to Mr. Handspike at headquarters?
I did.
And through your interview with Mr. Handspike, did he ever mention to you that Mr. Harris had a firearm?
He did not know.
Did he ever mention to you that Mr. Harris brandished any sort of firearm at any point?
He made no mention of a firearm by Mr. Harris.
Now, through your investigation months later, were warrants taken out, or I guess I'll ask this question first, were warrants taken out through your investigation for the defendant, Jason Bright?
They were.
And after those warrants were sworn out, can you tell the court, I guess, was it turned over to fugitive?
Sure. Every time we have a violent crime for the city of Atlanta, such as armed robbery, aggravated assault, or murder, once we get a warrant, we complete a package that basically is all the suspect's information, and we give it to our fugitive unit, who begins the process for searching that person. However, if they leave that state, they have partnership agreements with federal task forces such as the U.S. Marshals that would continue to locate and apprehend those suspects.
And as part of, I guess, the fugitive investigation, or the investigation and locating the defendant, Jason Bright, was his cell phone, I guess, tracked up, I guess, the eastern seaboard into, I guess, Michigan?
That is correct.
Okay. And was he eventually arrested in late August in Michigan?
He was.
And after he was arrested, was he transported to the Atlanta Police Department?
He was.
And did you speak with Mr. Bright after his transport on September 3rd of 2020?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Right. And prior to, I guess, your questioning of Mr. Bright concerning what had occurred on July 15th, 2020, at 690 Cameron Alexander Boulevard. Did you read him his Miranda warnings?
I did.
And after each right that you read that he would waive, if he chose to speak with you, did he indicate that he understood?
He did. I broke it down line by line.
And after you read him the Miranda warnings, did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review that recording of your interview with Mr. Bright since that day?
I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred on September 3rd of 2020 and you're speaking with and interviewing the defendant, Jason Bright?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27 into evidence.
Any objection for purposes of this hearing to have Exhibit 27, which I assume is the DVD or whatever format it's in, the interview between Detective Maldonado and Mr. Bright?
That's
For purposes of this hearing.
Exhibit 27 is admitted.
for purposes of efficiency, Your Honor. I can play the recording for the court now, or it's about 10 minutes, the speaking part between Detective Maldonado and the defendant, or since it's been tendered into evidence and admitted, we can just have you review it later.
I'll review it. I prefer to do it that way, just given the schedule. But if that concerns Ms. Feely, we can play it now. But I will, when you say the speaking part, I know there's often Mr. Bright sitting around waiting for the detective to come in because the detective is doing certain things. The actual interaction you're saying is about 10 minutes long.
It's
Okay.
from 1737 into the video is when the interaction with the defendant starts, and then it ends at 26:55.
Okay, sure. I will review that as part of my evaluation of the many pages of notes and everything else I've been taking.
Yes, Judge. And during your interview with the defendant, Jason Bright, did he indicate that he never was on scene on July 14th, going into July 15th, when the shooting occurred at 690 Cameron Alexander Boulevard?
That's what he said, correct?
Did he indicate that he actually went to his cousin's house after his mother of his child had contacted him about some messages and an argument she had had with the victim, Horace Harris?
He did.
And did he indicate to you that as a part of not being at the incident location, that he did not shoot Horace Harris?
Correct. He made no mention of even being there to be in a position to do so.
And did he indicate to you that he was on the phone during the argument? He was on the phone with Miss Mahogany during the argument that Miss Mahogany was having in person with the victim, Horace Harris, and that argument ended and she was safely able to join him at his cousin's house?
He did. And he said that he was at work at the time of that phone call.
And after he told you where did he tell you he worked?
He said he worked at UPS.
And after he told you that, did you leave the interview room to confirm whether the defendant was scheduled to work at UPS that evening?
That's correct. He gave me 2 points of contact of supervisors that I could confirm with, and I was able to check and dispel that notion.
Okay. When you say dispel, he was not scheduled to work that night?
Correct. He was not scheduled to work that night. However, he was present at the facility, but left at 11 o'clock, which is well before the incident took place.
Okay. I don't have any questions or further questions, John.
Ms. Feely, questions for Detective Maldonado?
Yes, Your Honor. Just picking up where you left off, you said you weren't able to confirm that Mr. Bright was on the schedule, right?
That's correct. I spoke to Chanel and Nick, the two people that Mr. Bright told me to contact, and they both said that he was not scheduled to work that day.
But they did confirm that he was actually at the UPS location.
Correct, at 11 o'clock.
And you mentioned that there was not a firearm on Mr. Harris when you arrived, right?
That's correct.
But there was a gun holster
There was.
and there was marijuana.
Yes.
That's all I have in terms of questions for purposes of this hearing.
Okay. I want to make sure I followed the question and answer. Mr. Harris had a holster on him, apparently some marijuana, but a holster, but it was an empty holster.
That is correct.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions for the detective, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
state would call Christina Melendez.
So anyone know who M8L 2022 is on the?
I have a feeling that is the doctor, Dr. Sim Stanley.
Excellent. Okay. Because that keeps coming alive. I just want to make sure it was someone who was supposed to be here. So that's how the doctor will be testifying based on an arrangement you made with the state.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Yes. Christina Melendez, Christina Melendez.
Ms. Melendez, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. If you're comfortable with it, it will help us hearing you. If you'll take your mask off, you don't have to, but we'll certainly be able to hear you a lot better if you're willing to do that. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine.
Okay. Now, can you tell the court, how do you know Horace Harris?
Ms. Melendez, if you need to take a break, we can do that. If you think you can get through the questions, I'm happy to hold on for you. We need to make this work for you.
That's okay. Horace Harris and I were together for 17 and a half years, father of my 3 children.
Okay. And can you tell the court what Mr. Harris did for a living?
On the collision shop, Speedway Auto Collision.
And prior to his death on July 15th of 2020, how long had he owned the collision shop?
About 6 years.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 1 is the collision shop. The gray building in the top left-hand corner. Let's see.
Give it a second. He's going to get the picture back up.
Yes. Okay. Now, on July 15th of 2020, did you get information that Horace had been shot and killed?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you, I guess, have an exchange or speak with members of the Atlanta Police Department?
I did.
Okay. And then in the days following your husband's death, did you speak with a man named Arsenio Handspike? And prior to speaking with him after your husband's death, had you had an opportunity to, I guess, meet him and interact with him? Okay. And can you tell the court, Mr. Handspike and your husband, how do they know each other?
From the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Can you, the microphone bend? You can bend, part of it bends, the stock does. If you could just get a little closer to it, then we could hear you. Thank you.
My husband knew Arsenio from the neighborhood. He had done some work on a vehicle of his, and he would come and visit my husband at the shop.
And I know you have 3 kids. Can you use your mom voice for us? So Ms. Rivers
Sorry,
can take
yes.
it down. Now, after Horace's death, did you have an opportunity to, I guess, interact with Mr. Handspike at the collision shop, as well as, I guess, in the area where
I
your husband
did.
was shot?
Mr. Handspike, his name?
What do you know him?
I know him as Arsenio.
Okay.
I had never known him before this, but Arsenio came to visit me twice at the shop. The second and last time that he came to visit with me. He saw that I was, visibly upset. We were talking and I started to cry and, he consoled me. He said, look, I'm going to just tell you exactly what happened. And he took me across the street and he essentially almost like how a police officer, like someone would walk a police officer through a case or something. He took me over there. He showed me exactly. He said, this is where we parked. He walked over here. We stood here. He, the argument I pulled him off the step. He walked to the side to leave. I told him to go get in the car. He turned, he saw, he said he walked to the side and said he heard shots. Said Horace turned around. They took Horace and placed him on the step. He said to the person that shot him, he said, you shot me. He took him, sat him down, said he was yelling, somebody call an ambulance, somebody call 911. And he said he sat him down and he ultimately expired there on the stoop where he had just been standing speaking to the young lady who lived at the residence.
To kind of summarize what you just told the court, did Cineo basically reenact, I guess, the events of what you saw with her?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Step by step.
Okay. And during the reenactment and while he spoke to you about what happened to your husband that night, and on that occasion and any occasion before that, did he ever indicate that your husband brandished or pulled a firearm on anyone?
No. He said they were arguing. And he pulled him off the step because he said, my husband was a short guy, little guy. He said, your husband was like a chihuahua. He was just going, rah, rah, rah. He said he wouldn't, he was trying to calm him down. They were both arguing with each other. He said he pulled him off the step and said, go get in the car. He said he walked away and he said, there he is. He's right here because the person who killed my husband had been hiding on the back side of the house and snuck around and shot him in his back.
That's what Cineo had indicated to you.
Yes.
And you said your husband was a short man. Was he about 5'6", 130 pounds?
Yes.
I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Melendez, hold on one sec. I need to see if Ms. Feely has any questions.
I do not.
All right, Ms. Melendez, thank you for taking the time to be here.
Your Honor, my last witness is Dr. Sim Stanley, and I believe she's already on the Zoom.
She was. If it was that M8. Something, it's gone. I didn't remove her. I just muted her.
Name is calling. We're ready for her. Wait, I think she was on the Zoom, but she's disappeared. Okay. And Your Honor, while the doctor is signing back onto the Zoom, I had previously shown and spoken to Ms. Feely about the exhibits I intended to tender with the doctor, with states exhibits 15 through 25, 15 being the autopsy report that Dr. Sim Stanley did for Horace Harris, as well as 16 through 25 are photographs that were taken during the autopsy. She didn't have any objection for the purposes of this hearing.
Okay, any objection on the record, Ms. Feely, to admitting states 15 through 25 for this hearing?
No, for purposes of this hearing.
Okay, they'll be admitted. Thank you. And you have 27?
Yes.
Okay. And it's Dr. last name
Sims.
Sims.
Stanley. I'm gonna use it. Thank you.
While we're waiting, let's go off the record. And since I have attorneys on both sides here, I think I can ask, where did my handy dandy list go? Mr. Davenport, looking ready to roll come Monday morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood? Okay, and you think that we would get through it before you turn into a pumpkin or whatever shape you're turning into for vacation?
That's a big list.
Well, yes.
There's
There's still a couple cases ahead of it that Hunting was on.
There are. Mr. Williams is next in line after that. Ms. Feely, I think that's your case.
Yes, so I have retained an expert and.
Dr. Sperry?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's reviewed everything that we have, and Mr. Body and I have gone back and forth about whether the hospital records from the actual admission where the complaining witness actually died exist. I don't have them. I don't think he has them.
I can vouch that Mr. Abate has tried for years now to squeeze everything and anything out of the various medical facilities and has sworn every which way that he's extracted everything and provided to your predecessor everything.
So if the state is ready to proceed without the medical records of the days that he's been in the hospital dying and then died, then we're ready to proceed as well.
Okay, we do have Dr. Sims and we will get her activated in just a second. What's your response on Williams? You don't need to tell me you don't have any other records, but given the state of discovery, any reason you couldn't move forward with the Williams case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, more on that list later. Dr. Sims, thank you for reconnecting. I'm sorry we've kept you waiting. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we certainly can. Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in, and then Mr. Abate has some questions, and we'll see if Ms. Feely has some questions.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, I do.
Lower your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley, MELISSA SIMS-STANLEY.
Say good afternoon or good morning still, Dr. Sims Stanley. So I'm going to be pretty brief with your question. Can you tell the court how you are currently employed?
Yes, I am an associate medical examiner with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began as a locum tenens or contract medical examiner in March of 2020, and I was hired full-time as an associate medical examiner in July of this year.
And prior to your beginning your employment in March of 2020 with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, did you work in the field of forensic pathology prior to that?
Yes, sir, I did. After completing my forensic pathology fellowship, I began as a regional medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in July of 2000. That was until December of 2019.
Okay. And did you perform an autopsy on Mr. Horace Harris back in July of 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as part of the procedure in completing the autopsy of Mr. Harris, did you record your findings within a report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And also as part of the autopsy were photographs of Mr. Harris taken of his injuries prior to you beginning the autopsy, and then the procedures that occurred during the autopsy of Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to today, have you had an opportunity to review the photographs of the autopsy of Mr. Harris, as well as the report that you completed containing your findings of the autopsy that you did on Mr. Harris?
Yes, I have.
And the copies that you have recently reviewed, are they fair and accurate copies, or do they fairly and accurately depict your report as well as the photographs that were taken?
Yes, they do.
Mhm. And so at this time, Your Honor, the state had previously tendered State Exhibit 15, which would be the report of Dr. Sim Stanley's autopsy of Mr. Harris, as well as the photographs, or some of the photographs of the autopsy of Mr. Harris.
Sure. 16 through 25 are the photos, and the autopsy report is 15, and they're all admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Dr. Sim Stanley, during the autopsy of Mr. Harris, can you tell the court how many times was Mr. Harris shot?
Mr. Harris had 3 gunshot wound pathways.
And can you tell the court, I guess, which gunshot wound pathway or which wound contained in your report did you first record in your report?
Yes, of the multiple gunshot wound pathways, my order is not meant to imply the order in which the gunshot wounds were incurred or their severity. But the first gunshot wound that I listed in my summary of findings was to the thorax. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the right clavicular thorax. And then that projectile was recovered and lodged within the left trapezius muscle.
Okay, and I guess in layman's terms, is that his upper right chest area? Like right above his clavicle?
Yes, so around the right collarbone.
Okay.
Right clavicle, yes.
And can you tell the court the direction of, I guess, the trajectory of the travel path of the projectile that you recovered?
Yes, the direction of the projectile is in accordance with Mr. Harris's anatomic position. So front is the front of his body, back is the back, his right, his left, up means towards the head, down means towards the feet. So the direction of this projectile was backward and to the left.
Okay. And by backwards, you mean it traveled from the front of his body to the back of his body, so front to back, and then it entered on the right side of his body, and you were actually able to remove the projectile, I guess, on the left side of his body towards his back.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So front to back, right to left is another way to say it.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And in your report, it contains the second, I guess, gunshot wound that you notated. Can you tell the court where the entry wound for that was?
Yes, the second gunshot wound pathway that I noted was to the back. The entrance wound was to the left upper back. That projectile then went forward and to the right, according to Mr. Harris's anatomic position. And that bullet was recovered within thoracic vertebra.
Okay. So would another way to say that be back to front, and then it would be left to right as the direction or the bullet traveled through his body.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And you said it was removed from his vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last wound that you notated, can you tell the court a little bit about what you were able to see during your autopsy procedures?
Yes, the third gunshot wound pathway went through the left arm and re-entered the left side of the torso. So the entrance gunshot wound was above the left elbow. The projectile went through the soft tissue of the left upper arm, exited the ventral or inside of the left upper arm, and then the bullet re-entered on the side of the left torso or left thorax. It went between two ribs on the left side and then went through the diaphragm and involved several abdominal organs. That projectile was recovered within the left pelvic region. The direction of the projectile upon re-entering the torso was left to right. The direction of the projectile through the left arm in anatomic position, if you can imagine that the arms are straight, they are adjacent to the sides of the body and the palms are facing forward. That anatomic position through the left arm would be forward and upward. It went above the left elbow and exited the inside of the left upper arm.
And just to make sure it's clear, so the bullet entered into his left, through his left elbow. Is that what you said?
Yes, above the left elbow.
And went through his arm, basically through the left bicep, right?
Yes, sir, through the soft tissue of the left upper arm.
And exited his arm and went into kind of his actual left side of his body where his rib cage would be, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then traveled, I guess, from the left side of his body through the side and towards his right pelvic area.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you were able to recover a projectile related to, I guess, that gunshot wound, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Dr. Sim Stanley? All right, doctor, I appreciate you dialing in and joining us. You're busy, but we appreciate you taking the time.
Yes, sir, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Abate, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I was close, 4 minutes late.
It's all good. Ms. Feely, any rebuttal? All right, then the evidence is closed in the immunity hearing for the immunity motion that Ms. Feely has filed on behalf of Mr. Bright. You all are welcome, should you want to submit, call it a brief with argument, if you want to do that. I've followed along closely. I have 14 pages of notes. So I feel like I followed things. I will listen to states, I think it's 27, the interview between Mr. Bright and Detective Maldonado. It sounds like the highlights were covered through Detective Maldonado's testimony, but I'll listen to it nonetheless. And I will get a written order out. Ms. Feely, do you want a chance to submit something in writing? It can include cases. I've already done a little research just to reaffirm my recollection as to the standard of proof, as well as the burden of proof. But I'm open to giving you some time. It's not required. I'm not assigning that, but I want to present the opportunity because we won't be having a closing argument right now.
I understand. And I would love to, and I can have it by close of business tomorrow.
Well, all right. Mr. Abate, you are also welcome to respond. You don't need to have something by close of business tomorrow. But if you do want to submit something in writing, let me know what kind of time frame works for you.
I might, and if I do, I'll make sure that it is to the court e-filed by this upcoming Monday.
Okay.
By the end of the weekend.
Great. All right. I will look for Ms. Feely's brief, and doesn't need to be fancy, it's however you want to present it. Again, because it's not required, but I'm sure it will be helpful. And then I won't do anything final with the matter until sometime next week, so that Mr. Abate has a chance to file something as well. If I can't get the disc to play, I'll reach out, but hopefully it is pretty self-explanatory. Mr. Bright, I need to enter an order. If I grant the motion, then that would be my ruling that certain, but I don't believe all of the charges in your indictment should be dismissed. The state can appeal that. So it wouldn't necessarily be the final word. If I deny it, you are not precluded in any way from presenting a self-defense argument at trial if your case goes to trial. But I will enter a written order. It'll go to Ms. Feely. She'll share it with you. And then you and she will be able to huddle up after that to decide what comes next. If it's granted, then there'll be fewer pieces at play. If it's denied, like I said, everything is still at play. That doesn't mean it'll be a trial. There may be a negotiated resolution. If there's not, this is a case that's been sitting around for a while, so it will move to the trial calendar, and we'll head forward in that way. Okay? All right, Mr. Bata, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. Ms. Rivers, are you able to pivot to a couple, please, or do you need a break? All right, we have our interpreter here, so I think we'll do Mr. Ortiz first. We have Ms. Charles, and we have defense counsel. So just give the lawyers a moment to pack up and step back. I think the other two cases, Christian and Brinkley, those are private attorneys, Mr. Hand? Mr. Hand was in here, but I think one is...
Yes, Judge, they are.
Yes, okay, great. Yeah, because we got Mr. Lewis on the call. That's one of them, so we should be all set.
Judge, my laptop died. I'll bring back this jump drive. I just want to make sure that it's got the stuff.
That's fine. I'll be here. So I'm going to be muting folks who are on this call. If you're not on the call, the Zoom session for Mr. Ortiz's plea, please keep your phone or your device muted. We will get to the pleas in the Christian case and the Brinkley case as well, but we're starting with Ortiz. The lawyers ran away. Is Miss Charles out there, Mr. Hand?
Yes, sir.
Can you have her come in, please?
Un momento, porque el abogado suyo no está aquí y la fiscal tampoco. Entonces deben estar hablando.
Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Lares is going to be the interpreter, okay?
El juez le dice al señor Ortiz que yo soy el que va a actuar como intérprete suyo.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Hello, Ms. Charles.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Are we ready to go forward?
It's possible for me to get a Spanish plea form to review with my client.
Necesita.
I don't think we'll need the plea form. I'm fine just with given what the charges are now, I'm all right with the colloquy that will be memorialized by Ms. Rivers. Okay. But what we do need is the new SC number. Okay. Okay, you need this? You're welcome to have it back. Okay. Hold on one sec. Let me just get us on the record. We're all set there. Okay. This is case 22 SC 181444, State versus Ortiz. I need to swear in our interpreter first. Mr. Lars, do you swear or affirm that you will translate faithfully and to the best of your ability from English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
I do, Judge, to the best of my abilities.
Great. Mr. Ortiz,
Señor Ortiz.
Mr. Lares will be translating into Spanish everything that is spoken in English.
Se diga en inglés al español.
You will be asked a whole bunch of questions.
Me van a hacer una gran cantidad de preguntas.
Please wait to answer the questions until Mr. Lares has translated them for you.
Espere a que yo le haya traducido la pregunta al español, si entiende algo de inglés, para responder a esa pregunta. Okay.
And you're free to answer in English or Spanish, but Mr. Lares will then say in English whatever your answer was, and that will be your official answer.
Usted tiene el derecho, si quiere, a responder inclusive en inglés, pero yo, como estoy a su lado como intérprete, si lo dice en inglés, entonces yo voy a repetir la misma palabra en inglés, si es su respuesta. Very well.
If you have a question about anything, please let Mr. Lares know.
Si tiene alguna pregunta, déjemelo saber para yo avisarle a su abogado. Very well.
And if you need to speak with your lawyer in private, please let Mr. Lares know.
Si necesitas decirle algo a tu abogado mientras estamos en este proceso en privado, déjamelo saber. Very well.
Great. All right, Ms. Charles.
Entonces vamos a comenzar.
Mr. Ortiz, please raise your right hand.
Señor Ortiz, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura usted decir la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad en este asunto que está ante este tribunal? Yes. Puede bajar la mano.
So I need to pause for a moment. The case number that I gave is the case number for the indictment. What's the number for the accusation? I must have read the wrong thing off that. I did. I read. Okay. So the case to which Mr. Ortiz is entering a plea, which contains 5 misdemeanors, is 22 SC 184638.
Dice, es el caso número 22 SC 184638.
My mistake. Thank you.
Ese caso contiene 5 delitos menores, a los que va a admitir culpa.
Mr. Ortiz, please state your true correct legal name.
Señor Ortiz, denos por favor su nombre completo, su nombre legal, su nombre correcto.
Haris Giovanni Ortiz.
Haris Giovanni Ortiz.
How do you spell the first name?
¿Cómo deletrea su primer nombre?
J-A-R-I-S.
J-A-R-I-S.
Are you also known as Jarvis Ortiz?
¿Te conocen por Jarvis Ortiz también?
Sí, porque no saben escribir mi nombre.
Yes, because they do not know how to write my name.
Mr. Ortiz, are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
Señor Ortiz, ¿se encuentra usted en estos momentos bajo los efectos de alguna droga, algún medicamento por prescripción médica?
No.
No.
How old are you and how far have you gone to school?
¿Cuántos años tiene usted y hasta qué grado de escuela llegó?
Tengo 44 años y llegué allá en mi país, estudié hasta el número 6.
I am 44 years old and I made it back at my country to the 6th grade.
And your country is?
¿Y su país es?
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Are you able to read, write, and understand English language?
¿Puede usted escribir? ¿Puede usted leer? ¿Entiende usted el idioma inglés?
No.
No.
However, through our interpreter today, are you able to understand everything that I'm explaining to you?
A través del intérprete que está hoy aquí al lado suyo, ¿está usted entendiendo todo lo que ella está diciendo?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you're charged with the following offenses?
Está usted acusado entonces de los siguientes delitos.
Accusation number 22 SC 184638.
Bajo el caso número 22 SC 184638.
Count 134, simple battery. Under OCGA 16523, which is misdemeanor.
Agresión simple, el cargo 1 al cargo 4, bajo el estatuto del Estado, Estatuto Penal del Estado de Georgia 16523, el cual define estos delitos como delitos menores.
And count 5, disorderly conduct, code section 161139, which is also misdemeanor.
Y el cargo número 5, conducta desordenada, bajo el Estatuto 16539, también un delito menor. Tienes que responder si entiendes que esos son los cargos.
Sí.
Yes, I am understanding. Gracias.
Do you understand, Mr. Ortiz, that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Señor Ortiz, ¿entiende usted que a estos cargos que se acaban de leer contra usted, tiene usted el derecho de declararse no culpable o derecho de declararse culpable a ellos? O si se hubiese declarado no culpable o no hubiese dicho usted nada, hubiese tenido entonces un juicio por ello. ¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí.
Yes, I understand.
Mr. Ortiz, did you discuss this case with your attorney prior to today?
Señor Ortiz, ¿habló usted con su abogado antes de hoy sobre el caso de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all of the facts and circumstances known to you about these charges, this accusation, including any defenses?
¿Tuviste suficiente tiempo para hablar con tu abogado sobre los hechos, las circunstancias que te llevaron a generar estos cargos descritos en esta acusación e inclusive cualquier defensa a ellos?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you need more time to discuss the case with your attorney?
¿Necesitarías más tiempo entonces ahorita para hablar con tu abogado sobre esto?
No.
No.
Are you satisfied with the services?
¿Estás satisfecho tú con sus servicios legales?
Sí.
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive formal reading of
Se
the
le pregunta a tu abogado
Yes.
si hay que leer la acusación, él renuncia a la lectura formal.
Do you waive any amount of defects in
Y
the
le pregunta a tu abogado
Yes.
si hay algún defecto en el documento, renuncia usted a tener que corregir el mismo ahorita. Él dice sí, renuncio.
Mr. Ortiz, do you recall being arrested on these charges?
Señor Ortiz, ¿recuerda usted si lo arrestaron por estos cargos en aquel momento?
Sí.
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Mr. Ortiz, do you or your attorney know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
En estos momentos la Fiscalía no conoce si quedan abiertas contra usted boletas de arresto o captura por estos cargos. ¿Sabe usted o su abogado si hay abiertas contra usted todavía alguna boleta de arresto o captura por estos cargos?
No.
No.
Mr. Ortiz, has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge you're pleading to today?
Señor Ortiz, su abogado le informó cuál es el mínimo de pena a recibir, cuál es el máximo de pena a recibir por ahora estos cargos a los que usted va a admitir culpa.
Sí.
Yes.
For the record,
para que conste en la acta de la audiencia.
counts 1 through 5, the minimum would be 1 day, the maximum would be 12 months per count.
Dice para que conste en la acta, entonces el mínimo de tiempo de presidio es un día por todos estos cargos y el máximo 12 meses. ¿Entiendes eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz, do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means the state will make a recommendation to the court, but the court does not have to accept this recommendation.
Señor Ortiz, esta sentencia ha sido negociada entre el gobierno y su abogado. En este tipo de sentencia, la fiscalía le recomienda al juez qué sentencia imponerle. El juez no necesariamente tiene que aceptar la recomendación de sentencia que le haga la fiscalía. ¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí.
Yes.
For counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the state's recommendation will be that you serve 11 months and 29 days on probation. Each of those counts will run consecutively, which means one after the other.
It was 11 months and,
29.
okay, that's what I thought you
La
said.
fiscal le dice, entonces, señor Ortiz, la recomendación de sentencia que hace la fiscalía al juez para usted en el cargo del 1, 2, 3, 4 y 5 va a ser que si admite culpa lo sentencien a 11 meses, 29 días de supervisión bajo la oficina que se llama probation. Y va a servir cada sentencia por cada cargo de manera consecutiva, es decir, todo simultáneamente. ¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And while you're on probation, there will also be special conditions.
Y mientras esté usted bajo libertad a prueba, debe también cumplir durante ese proceso con condiciones especiales.
That you submit to probation substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommended treatment.
Debe usted ser evaluado por la Oficina de Libertad a Prueba para determinar si sigue consumiendo sustancias ilegales y si es así, entonces quedar sujeto a tratamiento o por ello.
Sí.
Yes.
That you have no contact with victims.
Que no tenga usted más nunca contacto con la víctima de este caso.
And can we get her name on the record?
Y el juez quiere que digan cuál es su nombre. La víctima es Victoria Fernández Quintanilla. No puede volver a verla.
And you will stay away from the location 2996.
Move the microphone towards you. Thanks.
You will stay away from the incident location 2996 Herring, Herring Road, Southwest, Atlanta 30311.
Y que no vuelva ni regrese al 2996 Herring Road, Southwest, en Atlanta, código postal 30311, donde ocurrió este incidente.
Sí.
Yes.
You understand that this guilty plea will be permanently recorded on your criminal history.
Debe entender que su admisión de culpa va a quedar registrada permanentemente bajo su nombre contra usted.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Debes entender que mientras esté siendo supervisado, por el tiempo que se te dio de supervisión, se te prohíbe incumplir con cualquier ley penal de cualquier unidad de gobierno. Si sucede o incumples con cualquier norma o ley, entonces quedas sujeto a que el tiempo que quede de supervisión te lo revoquen automáticamente, haciéndote que sirvas en cárcel. ¿Entiendes eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz, are you a US citizen?
Señor Ortiz, ¿es usted ciudadano norteamericano?
No.
No.
Do you understand that If you're not a US citizen, a guilty plea conviction could affect your immigration status and could result in deportation, just like a conviction at trial would. And this is true regardless of any advice your attorney has given you or anyone else.
Debe usted entender entonces que si no es ciudadano norteamericano, su admisión de culpa va a impactar su estatus de inmigrante en el país, lo que significa que queda usted sujeto a ser deportado. Esto que se le dice es lo mismo que hubiese pasado si hubiese tenido un juicio y lo hubiesen encontrado culpable, hubiese terminado usted siendo convicto de estos cargos, igualmente hubiese quedado usted entonces sujeto a ser removido o deportado. Le dicen esto a pesar de lo que haya oído o le hayan dicho a usted al respecto de esto sus abogados. ¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do understand it.
Thank you. And do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Debes entender que por admitir culpa renuncias a cualquier defensa que hubiese podido levantar en contra de estos cargos, inclusive defensas por problemas de índole mental. ¿Entiendes eso?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do understand it.
Do you understand that if you had gone to trial, you would have had the right to trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you?
Debes entender entonces que hubieses tenido el derecho a un juicio por jurado. En ese juicio por jurado, a ver, a oír y a interrogar a los testigos que hubiesen sido presentados en ese juicio si lo hubieses tenido en tu contra. ¿Entiendes?
Sí, sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do understand that.
Do you understand you also had the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
¿Entiendes? Y también que tienes el derecho a declarar o a permanecer en silencio, a no incriminarte en ese proceso.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand it.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights?
Debes entender entonces ahora que por declararte culpable vas a renunciar a los siguientes derechos.
The right to a trial by jury,
El derecho a haber tenido un juicio ante un jurado. ¿Entiendes?
Sí.
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
El derecho a permanecer en silencio, a no incriminarte. ¿Entiendes? Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
El derecho a encarar a los testigos que hubiesen presentado en tu contra.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
the right to assistance of counsel hired by you,
El derecho a haber sido asistido por un abogado contratado por tus propios medios.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
El derecho a que se te presuma inocente.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
El derecho a declarar a tu favor y a presentar pruebas por tus propios medios.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
El derecho a hacer por orden del tribunal que comparecieran testigos hostiles si los hubiese habido y el derecho de esa manera a presentar pruebas diferentes a las que hubiesen tenido.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand it.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
El derecho a obligar que los cargos que levantaron en tu contra los probasen más allá de toda duda razonable.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Y si después del juicio lo hubiesen encontrado usted convicto de estos cargos, el derecho a apelar esa convicción.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand it.
Mr. Ortiz, has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea today?
Señor Ortiz, ¿alguien lo forzó, alguien lo amenazó, alguien lo presionó a que usted hoy admitiese culpa a estos cargos?
No.
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Es su decisión renunciar a estos derechos, admitir culpa a estos cargos, porque de hecho es culpable de esos cargos.
Sí.
Yes.
How do you plead to the charges of counts 1 through 4, simple battery in the indictment accusation 22 SC 184638?
¿Cómo te declaras entonces al cargo de agresión simple? Son 4, bajo el número de casos 22 SC 184638.
Culpable.
Guilty.
How do you plead to count 5, disorderly conduct in accusation 22 SC 184638?
¿Cómo te declaras al cargo de conducta indebida, inapropiada, desordenada bajo el caso número 22 SC 184638?
Culpable.
Guilty.
And is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of all of the charges against you?
¿Ofreces esta admisión de culpa de una manera libre y voluntaria, con pleno entendimiento y conocimiento de lo que estás haciendo con respecto a los cargos que levantaron en tu contra?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you only have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Te queda un derecho limitado de apelar esta convicción por estos cargos. ¿Entiendes eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only 12 months from today to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Te dan a partir de hoy entonces solo 12 meses para introducir, si fuese necesario, una petición que es conocida con el nombre de habeas corpus contra tu admisión de culpa a estos cargos. ¿Entiendes eso?
Sí.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is unaware of any previous felony convictions for Mr. Jarvis Ortiz.
Dice la fiscal, no tenemos ningún conocimiento de que él tenga antecedentes penales por delitos mayores.
And had this case proceeded
Entonces ella
to
dice,
trial,
si este caso hubiese tenido que ir a juicio.
Hold on one second.
Espera que pase bien.
Okay.
the state would have expected to show that on Sunday, May 16th, 2021,
15 del 2021,
officers responded to the location of 2296 Herring Road, Southwest in Atlanta, here in Fulton County, in reference to a call made by Victoria Silva, S-I-L-V-A Fernandez, who is the daughter of Victoria Fernandez Quintanilla, in reference to a fight between her stepdad, Jarvis Ortiz, and her mother.
Y la mamá de ella.
Officers responded to the scene and met Mr. Ortiz at the scene, as well as the victim, Ms. Quintanilla. In speaking with Ms. Quintanilla, officers determined that Mr. Ortiz had been drinking multiple beers that day and was intoxicated.
I didn't hear you.
Mr. Ortiz had been drinking that day and was intoxicated.
Estaba intoxicado por el consumo que tenía.
And while Ms. Quintanilla was taking a nap, he entered into the bedroom where she had been laid.
Acostada durmiendo, entró usted a la habitación.
Mr. Ortiz
Señor Ortiz
wanted to have sexual relations with
quería
Ms.
tener relaciones
Quintanilla,
sexuales con la señora Quintanilla.
and she agreed initially,
Ella dio consentimiento al principio,
but only to vaginal
pero
intercourse.
solo haber tenido relaciones sexuales vaginales con usted.
Mr. Ortiz
El señor Ortiz
determined that he wanted to do something else
determinó que él quería hacer algo adicional
and
y
attempted to
intentó de
place his
penetrar
sexual organ
con su órgano sexual
into the mouth of Ms.
la
Quintanilla.
boca de la señora Quintanilla.
Ms. Quintanilla
La señora
moved out of the
Quintanilla
way,
se quitó del medio.
and Mr. Ortiz pushed her back onto the bed,
El señor Ortiz la empujó de regreso a la cama,
turned her over,
la volteó
and attempted to
e intentó
enter into her anally.
de tener sexo anal con ella.
Ms. Quintanilla was able
La señora
to get away,
Quintanilla pudo escapar,
but not before
pero no
Mr.
sin
Ortiz had
antes
slapped
el
her once
señor
on the buttock, the
Ortiz,
right buttock,
habiéndola golpeado en una de las nalgas, cacheteado la nalga derecha.
During the encounter, Mr. Ortiz was
Durante
loud
ese intento, el señor
and
Ortiz hizo
swearing.
mucho ruido, gritando.
And at this point, Ms. Quintanilla
Ese
texted her
momento,
daughter and said,
señora
"He pushed me, call the
Quintanilla
police."
le dijo y le escribió a su hija un texto diciéndole que llamara a la policía.
The daughter was having dinner with her husband and
Su
her
hija
brother,
estaba cenando con su esposo y el hermano de ella.
And she was immediately concerned because the day prior, officers had responded to the scene when Mr. Ortiz was also intoxicated and broken the TV set.
Este apartamento, porque ese día igual el señor Ortiz intoxicado había destrozado el televisor.
During the May 15th incident, Mr. Ortiz was not arrested because officers determined that the television set was his television set, and so they let him stay. However, they asked that they spend the night apart. So the night of the 15th, she spent the night at her daughter's house. So on the 16th, when she came back and went for a nap, she was just returning from her daughter's house that day, thinking everything had moved off. Miss Silver, after calling 911, also called her mother's cell phone and indicated to officers she could hear her dad, her stepdad, Mr. Ortiz, yelling and shouting in the background, and he was also yelling, "Call the police, call the police."
Desde, bueno, por la corneta del teléfono.
Mr. Ortiz, unable to get Miss Quintanilla to allow him to have relations with her, went back out into the yard and to continue drinking,
salió al patio,
which is where he was when officers found him.
Que fue el lugar cuando llegaron los oficiales donde a él lo encontraron.
I will just add, Your Honor, as Ms. Quintana tried to get away from Mr. Ortiz, at one point he did try to pull her hair, trying to get her to stay in the bedroom, but she was able to leave and was in the living room when officers arrived on the scene.
Para impedirle salir de la habitación cuando lo intentó salir hacia la sala.
Officers speaking with Ms. Quintanilla.
He hablado con la señora Quintanilla, estos oficiales.
At the time of the incident, she was conflicted and did not want Mr. Ortiz arrested.
No quería que arrestaran al señor Ortiz.
However, officers made the determination that because they had been to the house the day prior, it was in the interest of all concerned to take him into custody and to charge him with the initial charges
que inicialmente usted enfrentó
in the original indictment.
En la acusación inicial.
The recommendation of the state, Your Honor, although we are not dealing with sentencing today, was one that was carefully balanced and to balance the equities of both the victim and the defendant. Our victim is particularly vulnerable because of her status here in the USA. The assets that they have shared in their life, that they've lived together for 20 years, are substantively in the name and entitled to Mr. Ortiz.
Casa da nombre el título del señor Ortiz, inclusive.
Ms. Quintanilla and Mr. Ortiz have reached a civil agreement outside of these proceedings.
Llegaron a un acuerdo civil, la parte de este procedimiento penal.
That will allow her to retain the home.
Le va a permitir a ella quedarse con la casa.
Allow her to retain the vehicle.
Quedarse con el vehículo.
As well as receive a lump sum of money from Mr. Ortiz.
Recibir del señor Ortiz una cantidad de dinero no determinada.
And the term of probation to these charges were arrived at to allow the state to continue to have oversight over Mr. Ortiz over the next approximately 4 years, 10 months, and 20 days, if my math is right, while giving Ms. Quintanilla the justice that she seeks and holding him accountable for the events of that day. Ms. Quintanilla expressed to myself that when he doesn't drink, he's fine. It's just when he drinks, things get a little bit out of control, as they did on that day. I did invite her daughter and herself to join me today. She didn't want to say anything to the board, but they may be on the Zoom. I was looking, I didn't see them.
There is a Teresa Rodriguez. I don't know if that is affiliated with anyone on Ms. Quintanilla's side, but okay. All right.
However, this concludes the state's presentation, and we ask once we get to sentencing that you will follow the recommended sentence as negotiated.
Okay, couple questions. Mr. Ortiz and Ms. Quintanilla married or common law with kids or
Common law with one 17-year-old son.
son. So the daughter that Ms. Quintanilla called is her daughter from a.
Prior relationship of Mr. Quintanilla's, she calls it a stepdaughter, but common law.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for rejoining us. Did you have any criminal history for Mr. Ortiz?
Mr. Ortiz has 3 cycles. The last arrest was May the 16th, 2021 with the city of Atlanta. Probably his current charges is a CWAC and simple battery family violence. There are no convictions listed in the GCIC. Nothing in addition.
Thank you. And Ms. Tucson, I assume you have nothing on Mr. Ortiz?
No, Judge, no record found.
Great, thank you. Counsel, I'm ready to hear from you. If you would start by spelling your name for the record so that we've got it.
First name Zachary, Zachary. Last name Sher, Shair.
All right, Mr. Sher, tell me what you want to share about Mr. Ortiz's situation.
Yes, Judge. We believe that the global resolution in this matter is fair and equitable. We would ask that the court accept this resolution, accept the negotiated plea. Mr. Ortiz has been determined and focused on going forward with his life, attacking his drinking issue, and he's made great progress. And I think at this point, as alluded to by Mr. Charles, both parties are in a position to move on with their lives. We would ask that the court accept the negotiation.
So Mr. Ortiz has moved out of what I'll call the family home.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the Habitat for Humanity house that they had shared.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the house that through the written, I'll call it civil agreement, will be deeded or titled or whatever we want to call it to Ms. Quintanilla.
That's absolutely correct, Judge. And Judge, if we could ask for 2 weeks to get a signature of Mr. Ortiz on the formal contract, we will submit that to you. That would be appreciated to kind of wrap up this global resolution.
Okay, yeah, that was my last question for you, which is how much time should I bake into a condition for your client to sign? I know he and you do not control what Ms. Quintanilla decides to do, but Mr. Ortiz has committed, and so I should expect his signature on the written agreement within 2 weeks.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And Ms. Charles, I don't know if you're still working with her, if you want me to send the agreement to you, if you want me to.
I would appreciate it.
Okay, that's perfect. So I'll send you both.
Ms. Charles, are you moving to null pros 22 SC 181444?
That's correct.
Great. Mr. Ortiz, do you understand that there may be an immigration impact because of this plea?
Por esta negociación y su admisión de culpa a ella, un impacto negativo con respecto a su estatus de inmigrante.
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do understand it.
You have talked to lawyers who have given you their perspective that this is probably safe from an immigration perspective, but they may end up being wrong in the end. Do you understand that?
Quiere que entiendas que a pesar de que has hablado con abogados que te han dado su perspectiva sobre el impacto sobre tu estatus de inmigración de esta convicción por estos delitos menores, aunque ellos hayan pensado que estás seguro, puede ser que no estén del todo ellos en seguridad de que no te va a impactar. ¿Entiendes?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I do understand that.
Okay. And understanding that, you still want to go forward with this plea?
Habiendo entendido entonces esta explicación, deseas que entonces continuar en este proceso.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any questions about anything that anyone has said so far?
¿Tienes alguna pregunta entonces sobre cualquier cosa que hayas escuchado decir a cualquiera de las partes?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ortiz, I find there's a factual basis for your plea.
Señor Ortiz, decido entonces que encuentro que hay hechos para aceptar su admisión
And that your plea is knowing and voluntary.
y que ha usted ofrecido su admisión de culpa de manera voluntaria y con conocimiento de lo que está haciendo. Yes.
You understand that as a result of your plea, you can no longer have any contact with Ms. Quintanilla.
¿Entiende usted que el efecto de esta negociación y de su admisión de culpa es no puede tener usted ningún contacto con la señora Quintanilla? Yes, I understand.
If she writes you or texts you or calls you, you need to ignore that and not write back.
Si te escribe, si te manda un texto, si te llama, tienes que ignorarla. No debes devolverle nada. Yes, I understand.
In fact, if she tries to contact you, you should let Mr. Scher know so that he can reach out to the prosecutor to try to get that to stop.
Si trata ella de contactarte de alguna manera u otra después de hoy, déjale saber a tu abogado para que tu abogado le comunique eso a la fiscal, para que la fiscal entonces intervenga para hacer que si te contacta, ella pare.
Está bien.
Very well.
Mr. Ortiz, as the overall resolution to your dispute with Ms. Quintanilla, you understand that you are giving up your stake in the house.
Señor Ortiz, con respecto entonces a esta resolución que cubre todo, con respecto a sus diferencias y disputa con la señora Quintanilla, ¿entiende usted que renuncia usted a cualquier derecho que tenía sobre la casa?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
You understand that, what's the car? What?
Honda Odyssey.
Okay, you understand that the Honda Odyssey will go to Ms. Quintanilla as well.
Igualmente, ¿entiende usted que el vehículo Honda Odyssey va a tenerlo la señora Quintanilla también?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's the amount of money?
$8,080 for 8 payments of $1,010.
Okay, you understand that you'll be making 8 separate payments to Ms. Quintanilla of $1,010.
¿Entiendes igualmente que le vas a hacer a la señora Quintanilla pagos mensuales, 8 pagos mensuales de $1,010 para un total de $8,080?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to accept your plea, Mr. Ortiz, to the 5 misdemeanors. And I intend to sentence you to 11 months and 29 days to each of the 5 to run consecutively, one after the other.
Te informo entonces que estoy entonces dispuesto a aceptar la sentencia que se ha negociado a los 5 delitos menores y dispuesto a sentenciarlo a 11 meses y 29 días por cada uno de estos cargos que decido se sirvan de manera consecutiva. Scratchy throat.
Sí, lo entiendo.
I do understand.
Do you understand that it will be a special condition of your probation that you have no contact with Ms. Quintanilla?
¿Entiende usted que condición especial de su sentencia es que no pueda tener ningún contacto con la señora Quintanilla?
Sí, lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
It will also be a special condition of your probation that you submit to a drug and alcohol abuse evaluation. And if any treatment is recommended, that treatment becomes part of your probation.
Igualmente queda usted sujeto durante su supervisión por la Oficina de Libertad a Prueba a que se le evalúe para determinar si está consumiendo alcohol y o drogas. Y si ellos determinan que es así, queda sujeto a cualquier tratamiento que ellos ordenen, usted participe en él. ¿Entiende usted
Sí,
eso?
lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
That's the sentence that I will impose if within 2 weeks I see a copy of the final written agreement between you and Ms. Quintanilla that you have signed.
Esa es la sentencia que le impondría dentro de 2 semanas. Si recibo de usted documento firmado donde establece que le ha cedido la casa a la señora Quintanilla.
Sí lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand it.
Okay, great. I intend to impose that sentence, assuming I get a copy of the agreement without an additional hearing, because we've all agreed on what that sentence will be.
Luego dice, entonces es mi intención sentenciarlo así. Si recibo dentro de estas 2 semanas que estoy dando, recibo copia del acuerdo que me dijeron entre ustedes se llegó.
Sí lo entiendo.
Yes, I understand. Sin tener una audiencia, dijo el juez.
If you don't sign the agreement, then we'll need to have you come back to court to talk about other options.
Si no firma usted el acuerdo, entonces tendríamos que hacerlo venir a corte para entonces ver cuáles son las otras opciones que tenemos.
Sí.
Yes.
Great. Mr. Ortiz, do you authorize me to sign the accusation on your behalf indicating your guilty plea?
Ortiz, ¿me autoriza usted a mí para yo firmar el documento acusatorio de parte suya indicando que admitió culpa a esos cargos?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Scher, may I sign for you?
Yes, Judge.
And Ms. Charles, may I sign for you? Great.
La fiscal también.
Ms. Charles, anything else in Mr. Ortiz's case?
Yes, sir. Just to add,
This is
not as a
solo
condition of
quiero-
probation,
como
but
condición
Ms. Quinton wanted me to express that Mr. Ortiz is welcome to contact San Carlos. She
Dice que
had
puedes
that
llamar
communication
siempre a tu
open
hijo
to
Carlos.
two of them. She said he has Carlos' cell phone number.
Dice que
And
tú
he's
tienes el
welcome to
celular de
arrange to meet
Carlos.
up with him outside of the home.
And is Carlos a shared child of theirs? Okay.
Sí, es mi hijo como un amo.
Great.
An option, but he wants to-
Una opción para que te está diciendo el fiscal.
So, Mr. Ortiz, important point. You and Carlos can continue to meet, communicate, spend time together as long as that is away from Ms. Quintanilla.
Usted y su hijo Carlos pueden comunicarse, pueden pasar tiempo juntos, pueden verse, compartir siempre y cuando suceda eso sin la presencia de la señora Quintanilla, sin que ella esté involucrada. ¿Entiendes eso? Yes.
Okay, you okay?
¿Estás bien? Yes.
Good. Mr. Scher, anything else on behalf of your client?
Not on behalf of my client, Judge, just a quick inquiry. With regards to him meeting with probation, is this going to occur today or after the sentence occurs?
It won't happen till I sign it, and then Ms. Nelson is going to get information to you about its misdemeanor probation. So it's a private entity, and Mr. Ortiz will need to arrange to meet with them, and those details will be shared with you, and you'll share them with Mr. Ortiz.
Para registrarte en la-
He is not under sentence when he walks out of here today.
Ok, así que eso falta. ¿Entiendes eso? Yes.
Okay, I think we're done. Thank you, everyone.
Bueno, eso es todo entonces.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, he says.
And thank you, Mr. Lars. You sounded like you were fading at the end there. Go get yourself a bottle of water. Yeah, I knew Ms. Rivers could help you, but unfortunately her hands were doing what they needed to do.
Everyone and I was touching my hand and I didn't put it in there. So, anyway.
It's tricky. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Did you have the interview yet?
I did last week.
Good.
I think that was the last one.
They had to do it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was fun. I mean.
You bet. All right, we've got two more pleas. I'm happy to take them in whatever order, Mr. Hand, you think we ought to. We've got Ms. Christian and we've got Ms. Brinkley.
Judge, I see Attorney Lewis on, so.
All
I'd
right,
like to
let's
start
do
with
that.
one.
So, Ms. Christian, are you on the call?
Yes.
Great. And there's Mr. Lewis. So Ms. Christian, let me make, you're the M8L. We thought you were the medical examiner. That would have been interesting if Mr. Abate called you to the stand to talk about the autopsy. All right, we've got Mr. Lewis and Ms. Christian. We're going to go on the record in 1 minute. Mr. Lewis, were you able to clear up, this is off topic, but very important, with our court admin folks, your vendor number situation?
I believe so, Judge. I sent her the VIN number that I had from way back yonder, and I believe she indicated that that was going to be copacetic. So I'm just waiting to hear back from her.
Excellent. Okay, good. We're looking forward to pressing you into service, although we'll do it gently now that I see you have 400 samurai swords. So we'll be safe. All right, Ms. Rivers, if you're ready, we're going to get on the record in position 30, which is State versus Kiera Christian. It's 22 SC 181337. We have Mr. Lewis on the Zoom call appearing remotely with his client, Ms. Christian. We have Mr. Hand here in court. Ms. Christian, before we get into this, I need to make sure that you are comfortable proceeding remotely. You have a right to be here in court, open court, but you can waive that right and appear via Zoom. Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
Okay. You also have the right to have Mr. Lewis sitting right next to you so that the two of you can talk if you need to. And I can make that happen by moving you into a breakout room, or you guys can drop off the call and talk to each other separately on the cell phone. But are you comfortable proceeding with the plea with Mr. Lewis in his office and you wherever you are?
Yes.
Okay, but you'll let me know if you need to speak with Mr. Lewis in confidence.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Mr. Hand, if you would let me know how we're proceeding, given that Ms. Christian is taking a plea remotely, I'm assuming there's some change to the charges.
Yes.
So if you'd lay that out, and then you can put Ms. Christian under oath.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state will proceed with the hijacking charge, Your Honor. However, it will be downgraded to second degree. That will be the same OCGA number, but B2 would be the code section. Judge.
Okay.
For count 2, aggravated assault with intent to rob, the state will no process that count. For count 3, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, the state will no process that count as well. That's for count 4, the state will proceed with that count.
Got it. So we're proceeding with a reduced hijacking, second degree, and then criminal damage to property in the second degree.
Yes, Judge.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Lewis?
It is, Judge.
Great. When you're ready, Mr. Hand.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Christian, if you can for me, raise your hand so I can see it in the camera. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony and statements that you shall give the court today in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can lower your hand for me. Ms. Christian, are you at this time taking or under the influence of any medicine, alcohol, or drugs?
No.
Are there any medicines that you would normally take today that you have not had an opportunity to take or have not been given to you?
No.
How old are you?
27.
And how far have you gone in school?
I graduated from Atlanta Technical College with my hemodialysis patient care specialist.
Okay. And can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have been charged with the following offenses today? These are just the charges, not the recommended sentence. Hijacking a motor vehicle, aggravated assault with intent to rob, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, and criminal damage to property in the second degree.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have a right to plead guilty or not guilty to these charges today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you plead not guilty or remain silent or refuse to enter a plea at all, that the state is required to prove the charges against you at a jury trial today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review your rights with your attorney today?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer about all of the charges in today's indictment, including the facts and circumstances of those charges?
Yes.
Would you like more time to discuss your case with your lawyer?
No.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's services?
Yes.
Attorney Lewis, at this time, would you waive a formal reading of the indictment for purposes of today's plea?
So wait.
Also, would you waive any and all defects in the indictment for purposes of today's plea as well?
Also wait.
Okay, Your Honor, the state's unaware of any outstanding warrants related to this charge. Ms. Christian, do you understand that the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge to which you are pleading guilty today are as follows? For hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree, the range is 1 to 10 years imprisonment. for the fourth charge to which you're pleading guilty, criminal damage to property in the second degree. The range is 1 to 5 years imprisonment.
Yes.
And do you understand that today you are entering a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend the following sentence to the court? That is in total 10 years probation, 100 hours community service, an anger management course, conditions of no weapons during probation, and no contact with the victims. In this case, those are Randy Johnson. Rand is R-A-N-D-I. And her mother, Shamila, S-H-A-M-E-E-L-A-H, Jackson.
Yes.
And Your Honor, can I pause a moment? Your Honor, Mr. Lewis and may I ask Mr. Lewis one question?
You may.
Regarding
He's
this
right
last
there.
condition. Mr. Lewis, is Ms. Christian still employed at the Walgreens?
I believe she is still employed. Is that correct, Ms. Christian?
Yes, I'm just at a different location. I got promoted.
Okay,
So we have no objection to staying away from that particular Walgreens if need be.
that would be the condition. And Your Honor, the state would request the addition of one condition to stay away from the Walgreens at 2893 Peachtree Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30305.
That's where I got my most recent COVID shot. Holy smokes. All right, well, I guess I won't see you there, Ms. Christian.
Hopefully, Judge.
Yeah.
Ms. Christian, do you understand that the court is not required to accept the state's recommended plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that the court has the right to sentence you to the maximum possible sentence on each charge today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if there are multiple charges to which you are pleading guilty today, the court also has the right to run those consecutively, which means one after the other?
Yes.
And do you understand that the court, if the court does decide to order a sentence that differs from the negotiated plea today, that you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, that probation or parole may be revoked based on you entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, which is the recommendation today, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit, those being municipal, county, state, or federal laws?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are on probation, you must follow all special conditions of that probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you fail to follow all conditions of that special probation, then you are subject to revocation of that probation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a criminal felony that you may not receive, possess, or transport a firearm?
Yes.
Do you understand that doing so will result in new criminal charges for which you will face a sentence between 1 and 10 years?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you are waiving any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? Those are a right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to the assistance of counsel, the right to the presumption of innocence, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges at a jury trial.
Yes.
Is it your decision to waive these rights, which means to not use them, and enter a plea of guilty today?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to enter into the guilty plea today?
No.
Is it your decision to enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
How do you plead to the charges of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree and criminal damage to property in the second degree in indictment 22 SC 181337?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the facts and charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you only have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you wish to challenge the voluntariness of your guilty plea, that you must do so by filing a document that's called a habeas corpus petition?
Yes.
And for a felony, you only have 4 years from today to file that habeas corpus petition.
Yes.
Do you understand? Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the state will give a factual basis for the plea.
Okay.
Your Honor, if this were to proceed to trial, the state would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on December 22nd, 2021, about 5:50 p.m., APD responded to a Walgreens at 2893 Peachtree Road in response to a hijacking call. That's in Fulton County. When on the scene, officers spoke to a victim, Randy Johnson, who told the officer that she arrived with her friend, Demetrius Render, who went inside the store to buy certain items. Johnson knew Render worked at the Walgreens, but she did not know that the defendant, Ms. Christian, worked there as well. The defendant and Mr. Render have a child together. While waiting, Ms. Randy Johnson stayed in the car in the front passenger seat in the vehicle, waiting on Mr. Render to make purchases. While waiting, suddenly defendant Christian appeared outside her car and entered the vehicle through the driver's side door. Ms. Render stated she saw a gun pointed at her head.
Ms. Johnson said this?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And said that Ms. Christian told her to get out the fucking car, B word. Johnson said that she
So you can say fucking car, but you can't say B word.
Judge, in the moment thinking.
Okay.
Or like thereof. Johnson said that she quickly exited the vehicle, went inside the store, and asked a bystander to call the police. Also, Officer Miranda and Investigator Cooper responded to the scene as well. They reviewed the Walgreens video footage, which matched the victim's statements, Judge, showing Ms. Christian exiting the Walgreens, going to the driver's side of the door, entering the vehicle, and then Ms. Johnson jumping out of the vehicle and running inside the Walgreens.
Didn't show a gun, but showed that flow of people.
Yes, Judge.
And no Mr. Render. Mr. Render didn't reappear.
Correct, Judge. Mr. Render was still inside the store.
Okay. And he has a kid with Ms. Christian.
Yes, Judge.
Got it.
While at the incident location, Investigator Cooper gave her number to the store manager, Ms. Siobhan Wise, who had a call from the defendant that same day, right after the incident. And the defendant had asked to speak to the investigator. So that's how she got the number to Investigator Cooper. During a recorded phone call, Investigator Cooper makes clear that she's an APD investigator and that the defendant wanted to talk to her at the time that the defendant was not in custody, but wanted to give her side of the story. The defendant was upset that she could not work all that week at Walgreens, while Mr. Render was able to go to work and not helping with the child care. At the time her child was sick, she also had no way to get to the Walgreens, and as a result was stuck at home in this situation. She also states that she had received an eviction notice recently as well.
This is Ms. Christian explaining the situation she was in to the investigator.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And with that backstory, she stated that Mr. Render finally responded to her. She had been texting or calling him all day. Finally responded and told her that he was at work. For that reason, she got a relative to watch her child and she went to the Walgreens. That's why she came to the location. Once inside, her and Mr. Render got into a verbal dispute. She threw her cell phone, damaged it. She left the Walgreens. And at that moment, she recognized a vehicle that she had seen Mr. Render in. She noticed in the passenger seat was a female and also recognized that female as someone who—
So strike three from Mr. Render with that one.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
As someone who had been romantically involved with Mr. Render on and off for the past year.
So Mr. Render drove the
victim's car,
the Nissan Rogue, to the Walgreens, and Ms. Johnson drove it away from the Walgreens.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Exactly. So Mr. Render, so at the point of seeing the female, Miss Christian walks around to the driver's side of the door and enters the car. In her words, she went to talk to the female about a woman-to-woman conversation about what was going on, possibly getting Miss Render to help with the child. Miss Johnson remembers it differently. Miss Christian got in, pulled out a gun, told her to get out the car, and then exited. So through the conversation with the investigator, she did admit to taking the car. She said she's panicked and drove off, and that's why she took the car. She did tell Miss Cooper where the car was, not exactly, but in the neighborhood next to a CVS. The car was found. Once the car was found, there was damage to the windshield. She disputes, Miss Christian disputes ever having a gun. Miss Johnson is the only one who saw the gun. You can't see it on the video camera. The defendant, the vehicle was recovered. The windshield, per Miss Jackson, who's the mother of the victim, was repaired through insurance. She's not requesting restitution. Miss Christian turned herself in December 28th to the police. And the car, I think I stated, was owned by Miss Jackson, who's the mother of the victim. Miss Johnson was informed of today's plea hearing. She states that she just wants to move on with her life, put this behind her, hence she's not here, but that she has a new job in New York and wants to just move on there. So she's
Miss Johnson is really, really out of the scene. She's 8 states away.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
As far as criminal history, Judge, we only have 2 cycles, 0 felonies. There is a first offender for misdemeanor theft by taking in 2016, and that's been sealed as of 2019.
Okay.
And nothing further from the state.
Got it. Okay. Get back to the screen here. Ms. Jackson, do you have anything beyond those 2 cycles I heard about from Mr. Hand?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Lewis, take it from here.
Thank you, Judge. As you can hear, this is a love triangle that went terribly, terribly wrong. Ms. Christian was actually working at the Walgreens. Per the policy of the Walgreens, they are not allowed to have weapons of any sort whatsoever. And as the court heard, she went directly from her altercation with the father of her child to the vehicle, where she then entered the vehicle, got into a verbal dispute with the victim, admits that she pretty much did everything except for wield a weapon. We're asking the court to accept the recommendation. We believe it is a very fair one. She understands that this will be on her record, that her first offender was utilized for that misdemeanor, Judge, and we'd ask the court to accept the recommendation.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Christian, is Mr. Render still in your life, other than he's the father of a kid with you, and so he needs to help out with that?
Yes, we co-parent. So we co-parent with our daughter.
Okay, but do you guys live together, or your connection is solely the co-parenting?
Co-parenting.
Okay. And you're still with Walgreens and recently got a promotion?
Yes, I got promoted to emergency store manager.
Excellent. At a nearby Walgreens?
I'm at 25 Peach Street, right by the courthouse.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll get my next shot there. What happened to the windshield?
I did hit it.
With what?
My hand.
You broke the windshield with your hand?
Yes, I was very angry.
You were very angry. What happened to your hand?
It was cut. It was bruised, and I had cuts on it.
Okay. So your understanding was that Ms. Johnson had been talking to Mr. Render?
I didn't hear you. What you say?
Ms. Johnson had been talking to Mr. Render. They had had their own situation.
Yeah, I was unaware they was back talking until I got to the job.
Oh, they had been talking before, and then here you saw them together again.
Right.
Okay. All right. I think that covers everything I wanted to ask. I'm mystified by carjacking in the second degree. I hadn't seen that before. I don't understand what's different from that and theft by taking, other than it may have a more severe penalty, but that's a legal fight for another day since we're working this one out. But the elements to me seem to be the same as theft by taking. Anyway, let's work through the rest of this. Ms. Christian, I find there's a factual basis for your plea, and that your plea is knowing and voluntary. No one's forced you to enter this plea, but after you have consulted with Mr. Lewis, you've decided it's in your best interest to move forward with it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any questions for me about anything?
No, I don't have any.
All right. Well, Ms. Christian, I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. And all that means is that while you're on probation, which you will be for a while, if you have a technical violation, which means a little violation, you and probation will work through that. But if it's something more significant, if you get arrested again, you punch a windshield with your hand again, that'll come back to me, and we'll work through what the consequences of those allegations are. I'm going to sentence you on count 1 to 6 years. And on count 4 to 5 years, I'm going to run those concurrently with each other, meaning at the same time, and I'm going to probate those. So you're going to have a total of 6 years probation. It'll be a special condition of your probation that you complete 100 hours of community service. I encourage you to be creative with that. If you simply show up to probation and say, I need something to do, they may get you to pick up trash on the side of the road, and that's great for the side of the road, but you're not really giving back a whole lot. And there may be an organization that you're passionate about that you could give your time to. And as long as it's documented and probation is okay with that, then you could be more engaged in giving back to the community. It'll be a special condition of your probation that you complete an anger management course. You shall have no contact with Ms. Johnson. That should be pretty easy if she's in New York, as well as her mother, Ms. Jackson. That's no direct contact, but it also means no indirect contact. So social media works in ways I don't claim to understand, but don't go online flaming Ms. Johnson, even though you don't put it directly on her Instagram feed or something. If others communicate to her what you're saying, that comes from you, and that'll be a problem. If Ms. Johnson gets back to the prosecutor saying, look what I'm hearing from Ms. Christian, that'll be the number one reason you get back in front of me, and we have to do something different with your sentence. And I'm not going to, because Ms. Johnson is out of state and Ms. Jackson, I don't think has any connection to that Walgreens. I'm not going to require you to stay away from that Walgreens. You may get another promotion and you're going to run that Walgreens. I don't want to interfere with your progress at Walgreens. So there won't be a stay away from that location, just to stay away from Ms. Johnson and her mother, Ms. Jackson. I'm giving you a little less probation than what was negotiated, not because I think the sentence is unreasonable. 10 years, it makes sense. This was serious and there was an allegation of a gun. I know you deny the gun, but 10 years is a long time. And we're going to know in 2 years or 3 years if Ms. Christian has turned a corner, is managing anger better, is managing Mr. Render in a different way. And I don't want you to be under sentence any longer than is necessary for you to learn from this what you should learn. And I think 6 years is plenty. The sooner you complete the community service, the anger management, et cetera, the sooner you and Mr. Lewis can talk to probation about making it non-reporting. And they may even come to me and say, look, it's been 3 years. She's done everything. She's been no problem. Can we just terminate this? And I will gladly do that if the report is that you've been doing well. If it's a different report, then we don't need to terminate it early and you can stay on probation. Ms. Christian, do you authorize me or my staff to electronically sign your indictment indicating your guilty plea?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, can we do the same for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hand?
Yes, Judge.
Great, we'll take care of that. Ms. Christian, I'm going to move you and Mr. Lewis and Ms. Tucson, who is with probation, into a breakout room so the three of you can, she needs to get some basic information from you to let you know where to report, how to report, when to report, all that kind of stuff. But I want Mr. Lewis in on that conversation. So I'm going to move three of you in the breakout room. That way we can move on to our third and final plea, okay?
And Judge, may I be excused after that conversation?
Yes, sir. So Mr. Lewis, you and Ms. Christian can drop out of the Zoom call after you've given Ms. Tucson everything she needs. Ms. Tucson will need to pop back into this group because we're gonna take one more plea in the Brinkley case. All right? Anything else, Mr. Lewis?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Christian, any questions for me?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Hand, you good with the Christian case?
I am, Judge.
All right, let me put the three of you in a breakout room. There you go. I actually don't see anyone else online who would be taking a plea. We, for a while, had someone who was simply a dot, like a period, but they're not on anymore. Ms. Nelson, any intel from, who would that be, Mr. Matthews?
It would be, Judge.
Yes, it would.
Okay. I'll let Mr. Hand reach out, see what he learned. I don't know who the dot was.
I will give him a call right now, Judge.
Great.
No, look, Judge. I called his office and it's phone that I have.
Okay.
Is it possible to request that this
be put on for tomorrow at 9? I know I haven't spoken to Mr. Matthews about that time and date, but.
Yes, we've got flexibility tomorrow morning as well. We got about a half hour now. I have a civil matter at 2. I don't think it'll take all that long. So there's is it a complicated plea?
It's not, Judge.
Okay, so we've got a couple windows today if Mr. Matthews resurfaces, and then the morning is flexible. So if you connect with him and he says 9:30, we can do 9:30. I mean, don't matter when. I can set up the Zoom to make it happen. Your understanding is that Ms. Brinkley and he will be virtual. That was how it was supposed to be today.
It was, Judge.
Okay.
That's my understanding. I spoke to him most recently last night. I haven't spoken to him this morning.
Okay, but as of last night, it was all systems are go.
It was.
Okay. Well, I hope for his client's sake, he resurfaces and you guys are able to do that, because she'll need to be here Monday morning if he doesn't. Okay. We'll just keep Ms. Nelson posted and she'll keep me posted and we'll make it happen.
Will do.
All right. Thanks so much. Let me see. Ms. Tucson is back. Let me close all the rooms. Ms. Tucson, did you get what you needed from Ms. Christian?
Yes, Judge, I got everything from her and the attorney.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we'll wrap it up for today then. If we track Ms. Brinkley and her lawyer down, I'll have Ms. Nelson contact you, Ms. Jackson, and you, Ms. Tucson. And if it works for your schedule, great. If it doesn't, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could we wait just a few minutes? I just sent you an email that makes me kind of wonder what's going on with Mr. Matthews.
Okay. So Mr. Matthews has filed a conflict letter. It came in this morning around 9:15, and he has a murder trial. There's an older case in, it says Fulton County, but I know the judge. It's in DeKalb County. That would take priority over Ms. Brinkley's because it's older. The charges don't matter. It's the fact that it's older. And his legal assistant says that it's specially set to begin on Monday, which doesn't explain where Mr. Matthews is now or where he'd be tomorrow. But he certainly doesn't need to worry about being here on Monday. If this is a valid conflict, we'll look behind it. And I'll have Ms. Nelson reach out to the DeKalb judge to see what's really happening there, especially set, et cetera. But again, could always have been a plea today or tomorrow. Mr. Matthews conveyed to you his expectation that it would be a plea?
He did, Judge. And I sent an email to Ms. Nelson stating as such.
Which is why we planned for today.
Right.
Okay.
And there was a legal, I think, assistant who responded to that email saying that he had a conflict. I saw that conflict was Monday and not today. And so I assumed she was just responding based off the calendar.
The conflict letter that we now have says trial starts October 17th. It's got your case, but it also has the older case in DeKalb County. So we'll keep pressing. And as I mentioned, we'll let Ms. Jackson and Ms. Tucson know if we can track something down. Thanks for flagging that, Ms. Nelson.
No problem, Judge.
All right, so I'm gonna end the Zoom and I don't.
Let me know.
Yep, we'll do. Otherwise, you guys have a good weekend if I don't see you.
No, we'll see somebody tomorrow because we have a plea tomorrow.
Oh, then does everyone know that? That's not on my calendar. What do we have tomorrow?
They were just emailing as we were talking. I think it's Brown. I'm not sure who it is, Judge. I have to look it up.
Well, Mr. Hand hopefully knows if it's Brown. He's right here. Who is it?
It's not Brown.
Okay.
It is for Miss, I'm sorry, Judge, I've had so many cases. I just emailed Ms. Nelson about this one. This is Galt, Judge.
Galt. Okay.
So
Also your case.
Also my case.
Okay. So Galt is a plea tomorrow at what time?
So
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Judge.
Okay.
9 o'clock. The defense attorney may be slightly late, as he mentioned to me, but he will make it work.
He better. All right. I'll be here before 9, but I'll come out at 9. And I think that's Mr. Rouse.
Yes.
And we'll take care of Galt that way. So that leaves for you then, in terms of voir dire and whatnot, just Brown.
Just Brown.
Brinkley, because of that conflict, don't worry about prepping for Brinkley. Be prepped for Brown, and then I will let everyone know the final ordering if it shifts around Brown, Davenport, et cetera. But your 3 remaining cases are Brown, Brinkley, and Galt.
Yes, Judge.
And Galt should go away tomorrow, which gets you to Brown and Brinkley.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And I'll file those jury charges and voir dire questions today, Judge.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Ms. Nelson, any other surprise happy announcements?
No, sir. I think that's it so far.
All right. Yep. There's